left me, nothing has been the same. There's no time for regret, but I remember how I slept in your chest. I want to forget it, take a breath and leave you away, away. But it's not that easy, 'cause you make me miss you again, again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. There's no time for regret, but I remember how I slept in your chest. I want to forget it, take a breath and leave you away, away. But it's not that easy, 'cause you make me miss you again, again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
gets the barrier, the Valkyrie. Oh my god, the cannon minion.
What?
Oh, nice play by Tarzan, burning his flash to get in front of it.
All right, Hong takes up the turret. Aggro ZDZ gets knocked up. The spears. There's that empowerment we're talking about. Hong, wait a minute. He's got the minion Nico passive.
Oh, but the healing.
As Xiao Hao was trying to look for the flank on the right side, and Weibo Gamer just got Han! Pop Blossom! Flash over the wall. That's going to set up the engage. And Xiao Hu is completely isolating. Assume from the rest of the fight cannot assist with any of his fellow EDG comrades. The fight completely won and absolutely dominated by Weibo Gaming.
Hello everyone and welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL English for DEMACIA Cup. I'm Matthew Fish Wong Stewart and joining me is Raz Muhammad. I have not said that in forever, Raz. It's been so long since we've done this.
Yeah, where have you been, by the way? It's been too damn long, you're right. But I have no idea where you've been. Where are you living right now?
You, just before the broadcast, you thought that I was living in Australia. And
Yeah,
the last
and I
time
still
I
do.
lived there was when we both lived there, you muppet.
Look, I don't believe you live in Singapore. I don't believe this.
It's a factual thing, Raz. I live in Singapore. I've been here for the last 5 years now. Hello?
Give me evidence. That's what I thought.
This is Singapore. I am here. I'm pretty sure I can grab some evidence. I'll feel.
Yeah,
it.
quit
I'll give you
acting
that.
like you're busy with your binders in the background. That's all fake. Look at you. I have an office space. My name is Fish Stewart. Matthew Fish Stewart.
I was going to say I'll pull out that national service exemption letter that I showed you before the broadcast, but I realized my social security for Singapore is on it, so I can't really show that now.
That's fair enough. Fair enough.
But today we're going to be going through Weibo Gaming taking on anyone's legend. So let's go ahead and take a look at the matchups for today, or the brackets I should say, for DEMACIA Cup so far.
Yeah, the DEMACIA Cup has been really enjoyable for me. That being said, both Anyone's Legend and Weibo Gaming got a 2-0 victory over their counterparts. BLG, everyone kind of expected them to obviously steamroll, but of course they brought in their trainee team, their BLG junior squad. And it was fun to see some familiar names. Like I know of Monkey, who was on the EDG Young team. But of course, as expected, they got trounced. And you're not going to like this, Fish. We've been seeing a lot of lane swaps. A lot of lane swaps throughout the tournament.
Why do you say I'm not going to like this? When I played in Indonesia, all our team ever did was lane swap. I love the lane swap meta.
I know you play-by-plays. You guys get bored as hell when a lane swap happens. Don't act like you don't get bored.
No, I love it. I think it is the best strategic invention to League of Legends since sliced bread.
And you're being
I know
serious.
that phrase doesn't work. Yes, I think it's great. I was really upset when they introduced the mechanic to make it so that top lane turrets took less damage early in the game, so that lane swaps became less relevant. And then suddenly they were lane swapping to mid lane and feeding the mid laner, and then they decided to take that away. So I'm happy it's back. What's wrong with lane swaps, Raz? Come on, they're so fun to watch. You do nothing
Honestly,
for 5 minutes. You could take a nap, and then come back 5 minutes later, and suddenly everyone's just killing each other.
You and Emily would be great friends. You and Emily would be incredible friends, just from the love of lane swap alone. Me, I mean, it is what it is. I think it is intelligent. I think it is really smart if you get a bad lane matchup in general, and also if you're going up against a team like BLG Junior or EDG, and you just know that you're better than them in macro, then you are just gonna outplay them in the first 8 minutes in the game. It is strategically, you are right. It is sound. But as someone that just wants to see people smack each other upside the head, I am not happy.
One of the casters I used to work with in Southeast Asia used to tell me for card games, having a threat is always better than having an answer, because you never know if the answer is the right one to that threat. And I always thought lane swaps were the same, because if you are lane swapping, you're providing a threat to your opponents, then they have to have the right answer for it. So I think teams that have more threats are always going to come out ahead. Well, let's go ahead and dive into the matchups that we have for today, starting with Weibo Gaming, which arguably are going to be the favorites coming into tonight's match.
Yeah, Weibo, of course, as you can already see, this is from 2024, summer Weibo to now. Not many changes. The only change that you'll see, of course, is Tian and Hong coming in for the team. So it's going to be really interesting. The first interesting point is the fact that it's going to be Tarzan going up against his former team. That's going to be the story that I'm sure everyone is interested in. That being said, Hong coming in for this lineup is, I think, exciting. We've already had some really like fun gameplay from him already throughout the tournament, so I think it's going to be a good look for the squad. The real eye will just be on how Tien performs. He had a really good game in the previous series, but consistency is what people want, especially if this team is, and everyone does expect him to go to an international event. But yeah, that's Weibo for you.
Yeah, they had a really good season this year, coming in, getting all the way to, I believe, the semifinals during Worlds, dropping to BLG, and probably the favorites coming into this match against Anyone's Legend, who we can take a look at their roster for tonight. Raz, what do we expect from Anyone's Legend?
Well, I'm expecting a lot personally. Now the pickups that they did get is Flandre and Tarzan, and even though I do believe that the move from Ale to Flandre is a bit of a downgrade, I love Flandre, love him to death. Man's a little old. It is what it is. But Tarzan, I think, is a big upgrade for this team, and I think he's just a genuinely exciting player to watch. And honestly, Anyone's Legend as a team has had the biggest glow up this year. They're a team that hit 5th and 6th place during the playoffs, and ever since before 2023, we're a team that was constantly either 16th place or 13th place in the LPL. They've been a team that has really struggled up until 2024, and they have been only growing since then. So I think people should be really excited to watch this team. And it's a good opportunity for Shanks to really kind of like come into his own and try and challenge to be a top 3 mid laner. And Hope in the last series, by the way, was pretty damn good. I know it's versus BLG Junior. I'm going to put that out there. But his Ashe performance in like the second Drake fight in, I think, game 1 was crazy. And much like Jamada said, like he was space gliding. I think if we have that consistency, it's a thumbs up.
I've got to go back a little bit though, Raz, because you were telling me that Flandre is a bit old. We casted Flandre together, 8 years ago when I think he turned 18. He was playing with Snake when he was 16, by the way. The
True.
man's 26, Raz.
Look,
How is a 26-year-old old?
all I'm saying, in LPL age, that man's hands are rusted, all right? No, but I do love him, and I think he has all the experience needed. But he is such a different player than he was in the past. Like, you and I remember him from the days in Snake where he's playing, like, all these different wacky picks top lane, like the Vladimir when it's not a Vladimir meta, and he'll try to 1v9. Now he's just trying to, for the most part, play for the team. Like a Poppy top lane, something more solidified. And he's going to try to not lose lane versus the best top laners in this league. And I think, hey, you'll at least appreciate the fact that he's still like playing in the LPL after all these years. The consistency is still there, that he's able to challenge these teams. So that you will appreciate that as fellow Snake appreciators. Handshake?
Yeah, I can shake you on that.
There we go. There we go.
Last night when I was trying to find like some pictures of us to post online to
Yeah.
say that we were casting together for the first time, I actually Googled both of our casting handles to try and find something, and there is a fantastic one of both of us giving a thumbs up with a big Snake logo at the bottom, where it's just us talking to the Chinese press, be like, we think Snake's going to win. By the way, Raz, they lost that game.
Yeah, we're such copers. That entire year, we were such copers. I think what makes what we both love out of teams is we love that they have personality, or some players have that personality, and they're just a dark horse. And I think if you love a dark horse and a team with personality, honestly, Anyone's Legend feels like that team. So just anyone that is like trying to look for a squad, right now they're seen to be the underdogs in this matchup versus Weibo. But this team feels like they're only growing, and they have good pieces with them. So that's my pitch.
No, I agree with you with backing the Dark Horse. When my first MSI cast, where they flew me to Los Angeles to the Riot Studios there to cast, Gigabyte Marines were playing, and they're playing in the knockout match to make it to the next stage after play-ins against TSM. And I was in the LA office wearing a Gigabyte Marine shirt, walking around, feeling really good. And they were up like 2 games, and I was just getting daggers from everybody who was in that office. I think that's why they didn't put me on any more casts after that.
No, I doubted, but I can feel the. Dude, if that happens, you can see a level of depression that's in the office. I'm like, we're really losing. It's like this, huh? It happens.
I was talking to people. I was happy. I didn't really care much about the games. I was a Gigabyte Marines supporter, being from Southeast Asia, but I
Yes.
didn't care too much about it. I was happy they were up. But anytime I would talk to someone, just be like this tense, like, I'm not going to talk to you, not to TSM. And when they finally, TSM did win. I believe they came back 3-2 or something in the end. They were very decisive in the last few games, and everyone was very happy and jovial. And they were thinking I was going to be upset. I was just like, this is all great.
Oh my
but yes,
god.
upsetting people by backing the dark horse, big
True.
pastime of mine. But I did want to talk a little bit about what we can expect coming into this. Any big changes that people out there watching should expect from meta shifts or things to look out for coming into today's game based off, say the recent World Championship.
I think the biggest shift we've been seeing, and it hasn't really happened in this tournament as of yet, but like the past few months, AD carries have been pretty pissed off. It's been kind of difficult to play an attack damage carry, so a lot of mages have been popping up in the bot lane. But in this tournament, Ashe still has high priority. Corki still has pretty heavy priority. It's been banned, of course, pretty heavily, but we're not seeing as many mages. But if you do see a mage, if you do see a Ziggs, expect that to be a flex. And also, I think now the biggest kind of question mark in a lot of people's minds has been Mbessa. She's a new champion. She's incredibly strong in solo queue, and she has a pretty strong kit. But honestly, in this tournament, it's like 1 in 7. It has been not performing, but to support Mbessa a bit, all of the bad teams have been playing her. So it's like, I think in the right hands and the right comp, it makes a lot of sense. Recently we saw it get poppied. So if we do see an Mbessa game, that's one thing to look out for. Victor also got pretty big changes, not just in his ulti, but also like a little bit number changes here and there in his kit. So like he's been a larger priority. So just expect those bits and pieces. That being said, all of that being said, still accept lane swaps. I'm angry about that. Still accept Skarner to be one of the most OP junglers in the game. I'm still mad about that. All the things that you see at Worlds should still be prominent.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Mbessa a little bit more, because you've said so far a lot of the not as great top laners we pick up Mbessa, 1 in 7 so far, and has been countered quite a bit with poppy picks or comp picks and lane swaps from time to time. What are the conditions for Mbessa to thrive, and what is it about her kit that makes her so strong?
I think she's really good against low CC composition. She herself doesn't have a lot of crowd control. She's also a bruiser that goes pretty early damage. I mean, heavy damage early on, like for instance, like an Eclipse early item. So if you see her go up against, like picking into a Maokai top, because we've been seeing a lot of tank top laners like a Maokai, that can be pretty good, because once she hits 6, she gets a lot of inbuilt armor penetration and technically Omni Vamp, right? Like she gets a lot of sustain. So she's great at being able to play on sides, but in team fights, it can be a little tricky, especially if there's decent kite back, CC, that can make it hard for her to play it out. But like you'll see it when she starts, if she has good conditions in that game, she can really start rolling your backline. So it's like a mix between like Kalista because of the dash that she can have after each ability, and Riven to an extent if we're just talking about mechanics. Like she just seems like a good combination of all those champions. So it'll be fun if we get her. And also she's a flex. I've been seeing a lot of flex of Mbessa mid in solo queues from when I'm watching like JoJo or anything like that. So it could be going mid if we like see her pick into a Silas.
Okay, but this is China. This is the LPL where
That's true.
What composition are we going to see that doesn't have a bunch of CC coming from the LPL, or is there a specific type of comp that Mbessa is trying to target when you pick her as a champion?
Honestly, I'm not expecting to see many Mbessas, because I think you're right. We're in China. A lot of these composition games we're seeing are heavy team fighting. Like I'm seeing things like Poppy, Galio, Rumble is really strong too. So like just having that easy trigger go button has been something we've been seeing like pretty often, decently. So unless if you're a really confident Mbessa player with a team that, by the way, if you're in a lane swap, is willing to protect you in that swap, then go for it. But I'm not looking for. I don't think we will see it that much tonight.
Okay, well, we'll have to see if it does get picked up by either of these teams in this Best of 5 series. And I think as we start to go into the draft picks soon, we can talk a little bit about how that has changed coming out with the DEMACIA Cup, where we have fearless drafts going on. Raz, what can we expect from the fearless drafts?
Fearless draft, especially for best of fives, it's going to be insane. I've been kind of like skeptical of a fearless draft in a best of 3, and some regions didn't in the past use true fearless, but it's true fearless. It's a best of 5. So once you start getting into game 4 and game 5, you're gonna see people start like digging into the bag as a jungler or an AD carry. We'll start seeing new things. Sometimes we've been seeing like Xayah Rakan come back a little bit when all of the meta AD carries get taken off the field. So let's see if this series goes long, because it should be really fun.
Do you think it changes the way that players now have to practice and prepare for these games? Like, do you think people have to start widening their champion pool, start having to flex pick a little bit more? Do you think we're going to see more subs come in between games now that this is live?
100%. Honestly, Fish, you missed an awful meta. A meta that we were just seeing, like, only 80 carries mid. It was like Tristana, Corki, constantly being traded amongst each other, Zeri mid, all these things. Fearless at least will attack that, where honestly you're right, like teams are going to have to dig into their bag a little bit and find other mages. If they're going to be a control mage mid player, like if you have a control mage mid player, then maybe you're going to be seeing a little bit more Hui. Perhaps like I think Orianna is a really good pick, not being seen as much as I would like for it to be seen. So like you're going to be seeing a little bit more from some of these players, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Raz, I didn't miss boring meta. The boring meta was there because I wasn't around. Now that I'm back, of course things get exciting. That's how things are.
That's as egotistical, huh? You are
Nothing
just
changed.
right where I left you.
Raz, I have no shame. It's all ego, you know, narcissist personality. I'm ready to go. This is all about me for exactly one game. Then it's gonna be boring from tomorrow onwards. So sorry, you got to go back to your dull casting job next year in the.
No, I don't know about. Don't say it. LTA is a great league. Stop it. I don't want to hear it.
Which?
The LTA is an amazing league.
How many championships did they won?
Anyways, moving on to these teams.
Yes. Well,
yeah.
we just saw Weibo Gaming Anyone's Legend walking out, and they're about to get into picks and bans for the first match of this best of 5. One of the most common bans that we're going to see. Oh, sorry, that's right. We're not going into picks and bans yet. We still have side selection. Raz, I heard that you absolutely hate how sides are selected at the moment.
Okay.
And I just leaked who was the person that invented this to you as well. You're not very happy about that either. Because he's a friend of ours.
Him. Look, I like him. All right, he's a great person. The problem is people love 1v1s in theory, right? Especially when there's nothing on the line. And so I should be a little bit more open because, you know, we did see some pretty exciting 1v1s. So yes, for people out there that are watching this, that are new to this, we are having 1v1s decide side selection, which is great in theory. But if you see Barrier, Exhaust, Corki versus like Heimerdinger, guys, I hope I just want to see balls. All right, that's all I want to see. I want to see confidence. I want to see some gusta. I want to see some 1v1 kills. That's what I want to see personally. I just don't want to. If I see any of these guys go for a 100 CS kill, we're gonna have a problem. Get your mind out of the gutter, Fish.
What?
Get your mind out of the gutter, Fish. All right.
But I know you want to see excitement here, Raz, but they're not here to be exciting. They're here to pick the first side. So shouldn't they just play the best strategy? How awkward would it be if, you know, Weibo wants to play red side and Anyone's Legend wants to play blue side? We play this 1v1 anyway.
Yeah, that is true. That is. Then you know what? It is what it is. And I will say that I think it was, just to be clear. Yes, it was Weibo that chose red side in their last one. So they're more of a red side believer. So they might, if they do win this, would probably want to go red side a little bit more. Maybe it was just to their opponents last time when they played EDG, but that's what I'm expecting. Victor ban?
Yeah, they
Did
don't
we
want to
really
go for the 100
believe?
CS. Oh, Heimerdinger ban as well, by the way. And
The
there's your
Heimerdinger
balls
makes
gone
sense.
with Orianna being banned.
Unfortunate. All right, it is what it is. Callista versus really? Don't go Vex. Don't go Vex.
Why
That
not?
is not gonna win you. Wait, that's a lot of dashes versus. I really want to see Vex now. I just want to see Vex just for the Kalista dashes. I don't know how successful it's going to be in this 1v1, but if it is locked in and we're going to be seeing Kalista versus Vex, I am
All right,
going to
Raz.
die. Oh!
If they do pick Vex, you're gonna have to teach me a little bit about this champion, because that's one of the ones that's been released since I stopped casting. Kalista I completely understand, but Draven,
Yeah.
Rengar, and Victor being banned, Orianna, Heimer, and Varus being banned on the side of anyone's legend. Has this been locked in? Because this is something I can cast if it's locked in.
Oh, there it is.
Okay,
That one's locked in.
that's fine.
Yep. So you're good with both these champions with your archaic brain?
Oh no, I know nothing about these. You know, there's too many mechanics. Give me like Alistair against Annie. You know, no mechanics required matchup.
Ah, that's fair. Okay, I can understand that.
Kalista Yasuo. So does it look like we're going for 100 CS here, Raz? Looks like we're gonna have a fight. Or Kalista could try and wait it out, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe my critique is just like me being overly cautious, and the changes could be good because we have been seeing pretty exciting 1v1s, and we only had one or two that were kind of boring as hell. So I'm open to it. But yes, Kalista versus Yasuo should be fun. Leaning towards the Kalista side because I very much expect it to be barriering and exhaust. But we'll see. Maybe we got a great Yasuo player in our hands.
Why leading towards Kalista? What does Kalista have as an edge over Yasuo?
I mean, she's just obnoxious. A lot of it is just her range, and even though Yasuo should do quite well versus 80 carries with his win wall, Kalista is just one of the strongest 1v1 champions in the game, and at the very least can play around the win wall. If she is very conservative, I think can reach the 100 CS goal. So that should be good. It would be 10 times worse for Yasuo if we were playing actually on the 1v1 map. But we are going to be playing on Summoner's Rift, so the turret fortification is real. So we're just going for either 100 CS or that first kill. But I think she can achieve either.
What is it about Kalista's kit that makes it so difficult for Yasuo besides being able to play around the wind wall? Especially since, if you think about it, a core component of Kalista's kit is the fact that she's able to get the soulmate at the start of the game, which doesn't exist during a
Doesn't exist. It's just her ability to kite. Her dash is their biggest attribute going into Yasuo. And of course Ren stacks. So like, I think the problem is for Yasuo to kind of get on top of her. And if he does, then he'll get exhausted. I'm just assuming the summoners in my mind, right? So like that's kind of my assessment. She does a lot of damage early and can play it as slow as she wants to until she can get her max on E stack for her Ren. So I'm just assuming that she is going to be stronger. I could be wrong. Maybe this Yasuo is the GOAT. I'm open. I'm an open-minded human being, Fish. But that's my thought process.
It sounds like there's no room for error for Yasuo in the matchup. You make one mistake and suddenly you're being kited around by Kalista. That's the 1v1 over. But what does good look like for Yasuo here? Does he have to chip Kalista down with a couple of good engages, or is it just one big all-in at level 6 that he's looking for?
I think he's looking for the all-in. Maybe he can get an exhaust burnt from her. Let's just see what the summoners are. I can't see it personally, but once the cameras go down, we can.
An exhaust barrier for both. So
okay.
We are in on Summoner's Rift. It's going to be 1v1 in the top lane between Xiaohu and Shanks. It is going to be exhaust barrier for both of these traditionally mid lane players.
So if Shanks goes for like an all-in and then gets exhausted, maybe he can retreat through the minion wave with his E, and then like can try for it again. I think that's what success looks like. Exhaust, if Yasuo exhausts the Kalista, that's going to be really tough for her just because, yes, that does impact her movement speed on the dash. So, it's still a skill matchup. Even though I'm leaning towards the Kalista. Where the hell is Shanks going? This has to be illegal.
Level 1.
This has to be illegal. Go back top lane, brother.
Are you allowed to sneak around through the middle? I mean, it looks like you are. In
Yeah,
some
they're just
1v1
allowing it.
matchups, they say that you're not allowed to go into the river at all.
Yeah, back in the day, when these 1v1s happened, you just literally could not go into the river. So, I guess, I mean, he has to play for 100 CS anyways, or like for the CS.
Oh,
so
did he see that?
I don't know.
Did he see him sneak into the pixel bush? I don't think so. Oh, now he
got
sees
him.
Okay,
You're not coming back to lane, buddy.
Apparently he is. He's able to get a bit of damage onto Xiaohu, uses the exhaust early. Both players using exhaust quite early. Shanks has to now dash back away, and there's those Ren stacks that you were talking about. So both exhausts being used. Shanks still going to go for a lot of damage here. This might be it. Barrier already being used by Kalista. Shanks has to dash away. Red stacks are enough! Ooh, you wanted excitement, Raz. I don't even think we got one CS, yet alone 100.
Never mind. I'm pie on my face. I'm just wrong. They did not care about farming at all.
Nope.
Shanks just said, I'm gonna end the game at level 1, and he tried for it. That is hilarious.
Shanks looked like he was sneaking to the pixel brush, trying to get into the backside as Kalista was pushing or something. And Kalista's like, no, I know that you're there. And he's like, I give up. Just gonna go all in anyway and see what happens. That was,
I mean, he got the...
that was a disaster.
He got the exhaust. I mean, his biggest trouble was trying to get back into the lane after he decided to not go through the lane. And then he got the exhaust out of the Kalista, but you had already lost half your HP for it. He thought he could still get the re-engage, maybe thinking that Ren was, like, on cooldown or something. Yeah, I'm sorry. That just didn't work out for him. So that is hilarious. You know what? I'm beginning to turn around on this whole 1v1 for champion selection.
See? All it takes is one devastatingly quick matchup for you to change your mind. You know, flip-flopping, Raz. Nothing has
I'm a
changed
big
about you
flip-flopper.
either.
Yeah.
Well, that means that Weibo Gaming are going to get side selection, and you believe that they're going to pick red side for their first game. Is that right, Raz?
I believe so. And I think there are just so many powerful picks right now in the meta that you can probably just fandangle the draft so you can get a pretty good one too. Like at the moment, just to list a few champions, and I'm just saying like they might get banned. Aurora's been the most banned champion so far in DEMACIA Cup. Like Aurora, Skarner, Renata. I also think that Ashe has been really strong too. So like there are, I think, a lot of OP picks that you can try and get a pretty good one too, and then you still get counter pick in 5. So I think it's, if you are a really comfortable team, you can probably lean to red side and do really well with it.
Yeah, Aurora was banned, I believe, 65 times during the World Championship and still very, very strong champion. But why so? And I'm not asking this because I want you to tell the audience. I need you to tell me because I know nothing about this new champion. So why?
A lot of it, God, even with the nerfs, is that she's incredibly mobile with her ulti. She sets up a lot still. If you guys remember how Worlds just kind of went off with Aurora, a lot of the time she set up like Jhin ulti really well, or compositions like Shyvana, or anything that just makes it so your backline needs a level of protection. Even though you can now leave that space, the slow is still a lot. So I still think that she's a really strong pick, and she's flexible. You can flex her mid and top. And we have some incredible Aurora top laners. In fact, I think Breathe is a top tier Aurora top. So I think that's just another reason you gotta take it off the draft, is that she can go in too many places.
Yeah, especially when you're on red side, you need to get rid of a first pick. If that first pick can be flexed and is so strong, it's going to make it even harder to draft against and lose a little bit of that red side advantage of getting the 2-2-1 picks at the very end. What other champions do we expect to see banned? I know you're talking about Ashe. Why do we think that Ashe is going to be banned? Is just because AD carry's having a hard time and provides a lot of utility, or is there something I'm missing?
She provides a lot of utility. I think she does well with a lot of supports like Renata. I do think that she will escape the draft. Rumble should get banned. Its win rate is disgusting. I could have like inaccurate numbers, but the last time I saw, which was earlier today when I was prepping, was like 9 out of 12 like 9 wins out of 12 games. It has like a 75% win rate. It's disgusting at the moment. Since the last time I checked. So Rumble should be banned. Even with the nerfs that it received before Worlds, teams realized during Worlds that it is still as strong as it last was, and you can just kind of run it. So I think Rumble probably should get banned, Skarner should get banned, Aurora should get banned. Those are the 3 picks that we probably shouldn't be seeing in the draft. That's my assessment. Mbessa, even though everybody is expecting Mbessa to be picked or banned, probably it could just leave the draft entirely untouched.
Right. Yeah, we saw, I believe Rumble was banned 20 times during the World Championship, so very, very strong top lane pick.
Yeah.
And you were talking about Skarner. How much does it pain you to know that Captain Flowers is forever happy now that Skarner's popular in the meta?
To be honest, it doesn't pay me that much because that man has been through so much pain. Anytime I played solo, or like not solo queue, but like with like fives with him and some friends, this guy would get tilted anytime he saw any champion from the enemy team. Oh, that champ, he has a Morgana, there's a Vayne, there's something that can kite me back. Like, there is literally, he would just like saying, this game's impossible to play. I was like, brother, your Scunner is the most ass champion in the game. Pardon my French. Like, so like, it's like a Christmas present that Skarner got reworked. So I'm happy for him now, even if it is maybe a little overtuned.
Well, run me through this rework, because I also know nothing about it except for the fact that it's been reworked. What changed about Skarner and why has it made him so popular now?
I think the biggest change has just been the AoE ulti that he can now do. Like, of course, the old Skarner only had a one tap ulti. Now it has quite a bit of range. In fact, the last series that Tarzan had played, he literally ulted the AD carry from over the wall. And so you just get moments like that where it has so much team fight outplay. And on top of that, he can go through walls. He can like pin you to the wall as well. He can escape at any point because of his E. You will see how okay, maybe you won't see how disgusting him is because he is
Not
one of the
yet.
first bans on red side.
That's right. Anyone's Legend immediately banning Skarner out, so we're not going to see him play today, but they also ban Rumble and Renata as their first 3 bans. Meanwhile, Weibo Gaming does pick blue side, so they get first pick, with Rakan, Nico, and Poppy being the first 3 bans, and Ashe being their first pick. So Ambassador is left up, and potentially could be picked here by Weibo with Poppy being taken away.
Other options here is like Oriana and Ari and Vi. Xiaohu in game 2 of his last series had an incredible outplay. But you already mentioned it, Aurora. Available, Aurora locked in. Okay, the one champion that I didn't think would get picked, or because I thought it would get banned, is available for play. And I think that's going to come... Damn, I think it's going to be a Xiaohu Aurora, but I already mentioned that Breathe is a really good Aurora top laner, so we'll just have to see at the end of the draft.
Yeah, it makes it all the way to the 3rd round of picks as well. So Weibo were able to pick it up on the return, not being prioritized here by anyone's Legend, as they went for Varus as well as Victor, and Bard is the support pick of choice.
Okay, we got a Bard pick. I do like Bard or any kind of Enchanter pick into Braum. Just in the laning phase, you can get a lot of prior or push, and on top of that, a lot more outplayability in team fights. So I think the range from anyone's Legend so far is good. I enjoy it. But now, the focus is on the junglers for both of these teams, and anyone's Legend will get first pick when they're going 4 pick.
Yeah, the last pick from Weibo Gaming was that Braum, so now Nocturne has been banned out by anyone's Legend, already targeting those junglers. Who else do we expect to be seen taken away?
Well, I'm thinking, because I said Vi would be a pick for Weibo, but I don't think you'd want to pick, or at least if for anyone's Legend, I don't think they would want to pick Vi because you're going into a Braum, Ashe. It'd be very difficult. It's like a one-way street if you do go in for an engage. And it doesn't really fit the identity of their comp. They have quite a bit of range. Sejuani being banned here is a surprise. I can't think of a jungler right now. I was thinking Sejuani would actually be quite good for anyone's Legend.
Well, it's taking away the fairly low comp. Ashe, Braum, Sejuani. Not going to be happening here for Weibo, but they did take away Xin Zhao, and their last ban's coming up next.
I do know that like Zyra was a heavy priority in bans in the early portions of the tournament, and then people just realized that they weren't getting picked at all. So wonder if that is still a looming threat, or if we're going a different direction for anyone's Legend. I didn't want to see this pick.
Renekton's the final ban for Weibo Gaming, and they're hovering over Vi as the jungle pick for anyone's Legend. But why? Why no Vi for you, Raz?
I just think that it's going to be a one-way street, and you're not going to get support from the Victor. So you just need a dive buddy. Usually like a Rakan is a good dive buddy with you. Of course, it's banned in this case. So you have a Bard, a Victor, a Varus. So if you're going in, you have to be confident that you'll have a successful fight. Just because you have Wukong, but you have Braum and Ashe. It's just a good amount of utility that will shut you down and make it a one-way street. So just going to be interested in what that top lane pick is going to be for anyone's Legend, because it could look pretty bad for Tarzan this game.
Well, now Weibo are going to have to reveal their entire team composition before that final pick that can be picked up by anyone's Legend, and they have. What do you think the counter pick here is going to be from anyone's Legend, if anything?
I was thinking Gnar, but if you get lane swapped as a Gnar, life could be really tough. Kasante is much better in a lane swap position. It could be like Jax is a decent pick here, but I wonder if Flandre is going to go for a Pop. No, Poppy's been banned too. So they banned Poppy away from... All right, it's Tank Man. I talked about at the very start of this one that Flandre is just now playing Old Man Champions, and this is another one. Great team fighter, that's for sure.
Old Man Champion Maokai gets picked up here for Flandre. That will probably go up against the Kasante that we picked up for Breathe. You talked a lot about Maokai in the terms of a matchup with Ambessa, but in general, why do we see this pick at the moment?
A lot of it is it's getting through lane quite heavily, and even in a lane swap, it does quite well, and a lot of it is it can outplay a lot of swap situations with its root. That makes it easier for him to maybe like trade a kill in those situations. It has also, I feel like, pretty decent wave clear, so it's been able to go even in lane, and it's just such a good team fighter. And I think with the composition with it that it has, that Victor, Bard, I actually think this team scales quite well. The only thing that I'm going to be watching for is Tarzan. Not just for the story point of it's Tarzan versus his old team. Remember how he knocked out his old team LNG at Worlds in the quarterfinals? He has an opportunity to do it against Weibo, his old team, now in the semifinals of DEMACIA Cup. That's one story that's interesting to me. Another one is obviously that he's going to be playing an active pick like Vi, and he's going to have to pick his battles because it can go one-sided away from him and his team real quick.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. And we did talk a little bit about that singular focus on Maokai as what it's going to be bringing to the composition. But in general, now that we've seen all the picks, what do you think both teams are trying to do? How do they win these games?
I mean, from anyone's Legend side, for both of them, they do want a team fight. But I think from anyone's Legend side, it's just a straightforward front-to-back team fight with Victor, Maokai, Varus. That could be said very similarly for the other side as well, for Weibo. But they have playmaking potential with the Wukong. They have Aurora that can find a flank. I think my eyes are going to be on Aurora to see if she's going to be playing in Fog in Dragon fights and Rift Herald fights. If she can find a great way to be able to get a solid engage onto the back line and make it really tricky for Hope and Shanks, that's what I'm looking for. Technically, both teams can play front to back. Xiaohu is a little bit more creativity there.
Well, we are into game number 1 between Weibo Gaming as well as Anyone's Legend in this best-of-5 series for the semifinals of DEMACIA Cup. Looking out at the minimap, just checking to see if any team has started early attempts at lane swapping, and so far nothing doing. Maokai is making their way towards the middle of the map, but that could also just be protecting the jungle. See lots of wards being scattered around very defensively for Anyone's Legend. Weibo even going for a very small invade here. They will find the ward nice and early, so detected by Anyone's Legend, and they're going to try and see if they can take away blue buff on the Anyone Legend side of the map.
So Tarzan's just going to be vertically jungling. He's going to be playing for his red side and the enemy blue side. I think it's great that Anyone's Legend caught this out. If you're playing Ashe Braum, expect an invade to happen. They even got the wards down and they took the blast cone out, realizing, hey, they're going to invade. That's going to be fine. Now the real test is for Kyle and Hope to not get chunked too heavily.
Yeah, that's a very big trade from Weibo Gaming, willing to take a lot of damage there. Tarzan has also found Tian inside his jungle. He's stuck around to take the wolf camp as well as that blue camp. So Tarzan might lose a lot of tempo from this. He's lost a couple of camps. Tian's been able to pick up 2 from his side of the jungle, and his entire side of the jungle is untouched at the moment.
It was decently contested, at least, for when it came to Wolf Camp, but that was great for Tarzan. The big fear was that if Hope and Kyle are going to heavily trade bot side, with the jungler vertically trading on the top side of the map, that just means you're going to get dope. So Tarzan just did that to push Wukong off that side of the map and make it a lot more easier for Hope and Kyle to lane.
Yeah, might mean that Vi also takes some time to hit that crucial point of experience towards level 6 where those ganks really do get unlocked. Before we saw the shenanigans in the jungle, we saw that big trade in the bottom lane. That is very aggressive from Light and Hung, not afraid to take quite a lot of damage from Hope and Kyle. Do we expect that to be how this lane goes before level 6?
100%. I mean, if Hung is able to tag Bard or Hope at any point, then it's going to be Light that's looking for a trade. If they can get anything and chunk them down, then maybe they'll call for TN to get a dive. I've loved Light as a player. I think he doesn't get his praises sung at all when he was like as much as he should when he was at Worlds. I thought he played incredibly well, and I think coming in this tournament, he's one of the best AD carries in the LPL. So honestly, if Weibo Gaming is going to succeed, it's going to be coming out of Light and Hong performing really well in the laning phase, and I expect him to be great team fighters.
Well, nothing too much has happened so far between these two teams. We saw a little bit of back and forth in the jungle. Something happened in the mid lane as well. We saw Victor getting some good damage over to Aurora. Now a gank into the bottom lane where really just a flash being burned by Hope. Early in the mid lane, as we saw during that replay, Xiaohu was also forced to burn Flash as Shanks almost got a solo kill there. So both mid laners burning their teleports as well to get back into that mid lane. But Shanks does have that Flash advantage, really pushing the power of Victor since those recent changes happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see it. We don't get to see new Victor all that much. And even though I would love to see DEMACIA be played like in the new season, but just because we would get a different look. But we're going to be seeing a new look, obviously, getting to see how Victor and perhaps champs like him best will be played. That being said, I think Anyone's Legends played really well this early game. They didn't want to swap. They didn't want to take their bot lane to the top side of the map. They wanted to stick to standard lanes. And I think they did a great job with Tarzan pushing Tian out of the bot side jungle. And, of course, like being able to dodge out from that early gank. So they're doing quite well. Obviously lost Flash on Hope. But that's honestly much better than you would have expected from most teams in this league.
Well, summoners are there to be burnt. You have to use them eventually, so using them to keep yourself alive always going to be a good thing. And he did so at quite high hit points as well, so was able to stay in lane, continue playing through that one. But like you mentioned, nothing too much has taken place. A little bit of back and forth. It looked like Weibo had a bit of a tempo advantage early on. We see that Wukong's been able to take quite a few jungle camps, was able to take the bottom side scuttle and take a huge buff away from Tarzan. But it really hasn't translated much beyond the flash being burnt by Xiaohu, beyond the flash being burnt by Hope. So what do we look for next? Dragon is now up. It is a fire drake.
I got an answer for you, Fish. So, first question for me is, do you know what grubs are? Because I know it's been a long time since you last casted.
I do. I know they're spawning soon, but all I know about them is the quick 15-minute rundown I got before this and the huge video that was put out when they were released. But they are spawning soon. It looks like everybody is gathering around the grubs. Why? Why is this the focus objective?
It just gives you experience as a jungler, and if you're able to get it off your path, then you can get 6, and it's easier for you to fight around it. Obviously, the turret busting potential that it has is so much more valuable. That's why Anyone's Legend is here to fight it. So this is why I was saying, look, it might be a slow game up until that 6-minute mark, but I'm expecting something to happen here. But it seems like Anyone's Legend is backing away. They're not confident in their ability to fight around this.
No, completely taken away by Weibo Gaming right at the spawn. Flandre, nice little cute flash to the root onto Light to keep underneath the turret, but Light wasn't taking turret damage at the time, so it doesn't do too much. Ultimate is being popped by Flandre, but again, doesn't keep anyone locked down underneath that turret, so now no root, no flash, no ultimate. That's going to be him dove by Weibo Gaming. I feel like you could have seen that one coming though, Raz.
Yeah, I'm sure he recognized that was going to happen. He's like, all right, you know what? They have 4 people top. They're not moving anyone bot lane. Shanks, have at it at the turret bot side. Like, he just tried to take as many minions as he possibly could and delay it. So, like, I think that was fair. And he's still pretty much up. Like, he's up right now in CS against the Cassante. So, all of this, in the meanwhile, Victor is way ahead of the course. In this game. He was allowed to free farm during that entire thing. That's partly the reason why Anyone's Legend didn't want to actually take the fight. And so, let's see if they punish Flandre again.
They're going to try and see if they can take this top lane turret down, and they will. Flandre was positioning to see as if he could defend that, but nobody from the side of Anyone's Legend is up here to help him, so top lane turret is going to fall, which means if we take stock of things, really early setup from Weibo Gaming to get those grubs. They get all the grubs, knock down top lane turret, get a kill and the summoners from Flandre as well. Meanwhile, for the side of Anyone's Legend, you can really say that Shanks got a slight lead by being able to farm bottom the entire time by himself. And there is a gank being positioned onto Breathe. Shanks, Hope, as well as Tarzan are here to get that gank going. Breathe, gonna kidnap Tarzan backwards, it looked like. But just manages to escape, only pops his flash.
Yeah, great flash. was able to dodge out from Hope's ulti. That being said, that's my first criticism, I would say, to anyone's legend. Sure, Shanks was able to free farm bot side, but you should definitely send Kyle top lane to defend that top side turret. So even though Flandre died in a 1v4, that second play that Weibo Gaming made topside to be able to get top turret, they should be able to defend that. So that sucks. That's going to give Weibo Gaming a pretty large lead. And now they're starting to pressure through Raptors. Let's see if anything's contested here. Hope is going to be here with Kyle to see if they can at least get this push back on mid lane.
I mean, unless inflation has affected League of Legends since their last cast, so 2,000 gold at 9 minutes into the match, that's quite a significant lead for Weibo Gaming to work off of. And well, the last thing we talked about before that action was what's next, and I think I'm going to ask you that same question now. What do teams look for here?
I mean, if you're Weibo, you're pretty ecstatic with how the pace of the game's going. They can play for 6 grubs. That's going to be pretty devastating for anyone's legend. The fact that they were able to get full top lane plates plus turret, and they already had that kill on light, they feel pretty accelerated. So I think for anyone's legend, maybe you can look to contest for grubs, or you can just straight continue to trade and try and get as much gold as Shanks. Shanks right now is bot side dealing with the Cassante. I think they can probably end up, if they wanted to, just throwing this idea out there. I know trading is a bad word when it comes to LPL League of Legends, but get that mid lane pushed out. Try and send Bard, Hope, and Tarzan towards the bot side of the map and see if you can get a dive going.
Well, second round of grubs are going to spawn soon. So Scuttle Crab on the top side is up. It looks like Aurora's going to try and pick that up as Tien looks to pick up the red buff. On the bottom side of the map, we're going to have Cassante as well as Shanks on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Teleport is available for Victor, but it is not available for Breathe at the moment. So that teleport is available for anyone's legend if they can get a fight early, but still 20 seconds until the grubs are up and live.
That is true. You know, I'll eat my words on that one. If Shanks continues to pressure the Cassante on to be able to pick up the wave bot lane, and if Cassante's not moving, that should be grubs for anyone's legend. So I'll correct myself on that. Let's see what happens here, though.
Shanks is able to get back to base and teleport into this fight. Hung looked like he was caught out, dodges the ultimate from Hope to escape. So ultimate from Varus being burnt. Everybody from anyone's legend has now grouped up for the grubs. It looks like they'll be able to get this uncontested as Cassante is still on the bottom side of the map, trying to trade that bottom lane turret for the grubs being picked up by anyone's legend.
Yeah, the correct play, as you already mentioned, Breathe not having TP means that he's able to get to... Wait a minute!
Ash is caught. No ultimate from Varus means they can't lock him down. Looks like a counterplay coming out from Weibo Gaming. Now it's Maokai that's stuck out. Aurora throws out the ultimate, keeps anyone legend there a little bit longer, but it seems like they're just able to get the counterplay onto Flandre and now looking to put some pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, great TP react from Xiao, who they recognized that Shanks was top lane catching the wave and making that play very illegal. So now they get another kill for themselves. Weibo expands their lead.
Feels like it could have been a little bit better if they did have the Varus ultimate to lock down Light a bit longer, but fantastic reactionary play from Weibo Gaming, and they're happy to just give up the grubs as well. They recognize there's no way they're going to be able to contest that. Give it away. A couple of turret platings were picked up by Breathe on the bottom side of the map, but he wasn't able to take down that turret. But now we do have the second elemental dragon spawning soon.
And that's the thing. Really early on, we called out the fact that Flandre was ahead of the pace in his lane. But he hasn't been on side for a very long time. Breathe has actually just been solo farming and denying a lot of the waves under the turret. Now it's actually Breathe that's ahead in CS. And he's taking up the top lane wave too. So the entire sequence was just benefiting Weibo. And now they're going to be the ones picking up that Drake and evening up the scores. So overall, Weibo's in the driver's seat. They're feeling really confident with their composition. And Xiaohu, I'm pretty happy with it, how he's able to play. The reaction immediately to protect Light, what was happening mid lane. They're in a really good pace right now this game.
Yeah, you were saying that both teams were really looking for those team fights, and like you mentioned, with Weibo being ahead at the moment, and the fact their composition includes champions like Ashe, they can really start to pick the fights where they want to. Tien was able to pop over the wall to pick up the Chem Drake. And now they're going to look to try and take down bottom lane turret and continue to pick up more and more leads. Breathe is even on the top side of the map collecting the CS on the top side. Their turrets are practically untouched at the moment. A small play might be made here by anyone's legend as both Tarzan as well as Shanks are grouping up around the middle side of the map. But Light and Ham are still okay. Nothing's happening at the moment, so just free turret being picked up by Weibo.
And all this, I would say, a credit to Weibo's vision control. Look at the bot side of the map right now. While they were taking bot lane turret, or at least the setup towards it, it's just littered with wards, control wards. They made sure to plaster the enemy jungle so that if they were making a play on the bot side of the map, anyone that was getting anywhere near close was detected. And of course, Oak can't do too much as a Varus. He's just being held mid lane by Light and Hong. So I think so far the setup has been great from Weibo, and it's just anyone's legends that's trying to find a mistake that Weibo makes. But so far they're not coming.
So is Rift Herald the next target then here, Raz? If everything's watered so well and the only really thing you can start to fight for are these objectives, is that what both teams try to position towards, or you think it's just going to be a bit more of a farming game for a while?
I think they're going to be more willing to give up Herald, and when I say they, I mean anyone's legend. I think they should be willing to give it up because they had the right idea at the beginning of the game. If they don't feel comfortable taking a fight, put more gold in Shanks. What happened mid lane, I think the play that Kyle was making, like it made sense in theory, but of course if Shanks is not going to be there and if he's prioritizing his own farm, then you don't need to do anything. I said at the beginning of the game, I think they have a better scaling composition, and it's all going to be around, yes, the poke around Varus, but mostly Victor and Maokai in a 5v5. So now they're looking to pressure a little bit around here. Herald, they're looking to take this fight. TP is there for Flandre.
Yep, teleport is coming in. Herald is fairly low, but Tien will secure that nice and easy. Flandre pops the ultimate very early on, catches a couple of people out, but doesn't do too much for the initiation. Xiaohu able to catch him through, but Magical Journey pops them back over to their side of the jungle. Bard gonna be the first that goes down from Light. Hung still trying to catch on to Hope, using a nice cleanse and ultimate to try and dash away, but a good snipe! Takes down Xiaohu, trying to turn this around. Light takes a bunch of damage from Shanks, using that ultimate to control them in that tight zone top side of the map, and immediately teleports being thrown towards the bottom side of the map to try and pick up a turret for themselves.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, and anyone's legend should be the one that's slightly happier there. I don't think they came into that situation expecting much of anything, but that pick that they had on Xiaohu was grand. And you can see what the nerfs really did to Aurora, because that was a really good ulti that she had there. She found a great angle off the control word that she had placed to be able to find there. As you can see, Xiaohu getting an angle there. But you can escape, and that's what they did. They took the Bard portal out there, and even though Bard did go down, it was really hard for them to chase onto anyone's legend. They tried to, and as you could see, great Varus ulti from Hope sniped Xiaohu right where he stood.
Yeah, very beautiful combo from Hope to get that last bit of damage with the Xiaohu to pick up the kill. And it is a 1-for-1 trade, but it still feels like Weibo Gaming came out a little bit ahead there, picking up the Rift Herald, maybe a little bit too slow from anyone's legend side to get that fight going. They trade 1-for-1 in kills, and they don't even lose that bottom lane turret. It was the immediate teleport that went down to the bottom side of the map. Didn't pick up that turret, so no big gold swing back in anyone's legend's favor.
Yeah,
still
maybe
feels like Weibo's ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'm being too congratulatory. I just didn't think anyone's legend would get anything out of that situation. They came late. Herald was already taken. So I just thought for sure. And the engage looked so good from Weibo, from Xiaohu. And the fact they were able to get a trade when they were already behind, I'm excited for it. But you're right. You're right. They still have Herald. They're going to find a time to place it, especially with Dragon coming up. Weibo can still get second Dragon with the pace that they, if they do place Herald right here and now. So... yes, it's quite bad for anyone's legend overall, but you kind of started to get a whiff of what the composition looks like for anyone's legend.
Yep. But you were saying you like their scaling potential, and if you look at the difference in gold between the two teams, it's only really heavily in favor of Ashe at the moment. 1,300 gold ahead of Varus, whereas everyone else is maybe half an item ahead of their counterparts, so it can still be fairly close, especially if Light gets taken out very early into these fights.
That is true, but right now, they have push through mid. Weibo has great vision. Now, as you can see around Drake, it's another situation where it seems like anyone's legend has to walk through vision, and they're not even going to make the attempt. They're going to give second Dragon over, and they're giving that gold now to Shanks. Yeah.
No teleport from Shanks. Use that to try and take the bottom lane turret. So Weibo Gaming happy to make these trades to try and keep their lead. They will lose their first turret of the game decided. It's going to be top lane turret that goes down. Breathe, looking for a fight, picks up Hope, tries to get away, uses the magical journey to get out nice and easy. Weibo's still trying to see if they can pick things and not forcing it if they don't find the right opportunity.
Yeah, Kyle coming in there to help Hope right there. That's the second time that Bard Portal has really come in clutch for anyone's legend. Not just that last Herald team fight, but also here now. Because that's just nightmare mode. If you're getting kidnapped by Cassante and you don't have flash, of course in this case Hope does, you're just going to get chased down. So, good situation that you're able to find yourself in. But yeah, you're right. The trade went down. But overall, I still like the idea for anyone's legend. They're still getting more gold. Shanks is getting closer to Leandri's. And I think once they get 2 items, they're going to be a lot more comfortable. Third dragon is what you really want to fight for. You don't want to be in a position where you're losing soul point, because then when soul actually happens, then the enemy team is just going to be more willing to take all the vision around Baron, because you're going to have to deny soul. While they're just like, okay, you're setting up all the vision towards Dragon. Well, guess what? We have a lot more options on the map. So next fight feels like it's going to be a game-winning fight for either team.
It might come down to who gets a good setup then. And it still feels like the same story when it comes to that setup. Very defensive wards from anyone's legend. Weibo trying to be a bit more offensive with theirs. In fact, even picking a fight with Tarzan top side of the map. Teleports are coming out. Flange has a flank. Gets everyone locked in on this blue side of the jungle. Breathe can't find a good initiation. Tarzan managing his hit point resources quite well as well. Hung takes a lot of damage but baits out the ultimate from Victor. Flash comes in. Light getting knocked down by Tarzan. Kael keeps him alive with his ultimate. Tarzan, oh what a flash forward. Hope trying to get good damage, and he does take down Light. Gonna take some back on his own as well. Breathe able to kill Tarzan in the back lines. It looked like a fancy play coming out from Hope. Does take down the AD carry, but the rest of Weibo is still alive, slowly chipping down everybody else in the squad. Shanks taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Hope as well as Kael have to back away. It looked like such a promising fight from anyone's legend, but it still turns around in Weibo's favor. Snipes are coming out from Hope. Flandre taking damage still. Breathe, the reinitiation. Can he get more than this? Hope is trying to hang on to his dear life. Not enough to take down Tian. At the end of things, it's a 3-for-2 trade, I should say, as Light final respawns. That's how long that fight went for.
Well, you're right. What a long fight. It was a back and forth, but that was such a hero move from Hope to get that flash over the wall, to take out Light like that, and then be able to find another pick in that fight. I thought Weibo had a really good start, but then the TP came down from Shanks. Flandre already had a good flank, as you had mentioned. They split up Weibo Gaming, and it looked really good from that point forward. And we're going to see it right from the start, because it looked like Tarzan was the one getting picked off. It looked like that would be an easy picking for Weibo, but Flandre gets a great ulti, had Shanks as a buddy in the backline. So then you see both Xiaohu and Light separate from the rest of the team. They actually can't do anything, so it made it easier for Tarzan to find a pick on Ashe, for Hope and Kael to follow up and make life a lot harder. So if this fight ends right after here, if they back off completely at this moment, it'd be great. Obviously, Flandre is behind enemy lines. That is going to be the concern. Of course, Tarzan does die, but I think they just wanted to extend the fight a little bit too long. If Flandre walks out of here, it's a pretty good situation for anyone's legend.
We talked about this earlier, where if Hope is able to take down Light, or if anyone is able to get the jump into Light, that's a lot of the gold advantage from Weibo Gaming being taken away. But this also just feels like the perfect composition for Breathe to pick up Cassante into. He's prioritized that magic resistance, and without Hope dealing damage on him because he was focused on trying to take out the back line with Ashe, it just felt like Cassante was taking absolutely no damage and slowly taking away all of the other threats in anyone's Legends lineup during that entire fight. I mean, I don't actually see who can deal with him quite effectively now.
It will be difficult. That is true. And the answer has to be Shanks. He has Leandri's. He has like basically his 2 core items, 3 kills on Hope as well. So the hope basically is that Flandre can outlive the Cassante in a longer fight. He's TP'd here. They're willing to fight over that third Drake for Weibo. If Weibo's able to get this, then it's going to be really hard for anyone's legend. So this is that game-winning fight we're talking about.
Yep, this is the one that you said everyone has to look out for. Anyone's legends on the back foot when they have to manage their waves, but they have a huge wave building top. So over time, they could try and change it in their favor. Dragon has already been started by Weibo Gaming. Xiaohu is looking for a flank on the right side. Kasante and Hung are both keeping everybody busy. Flandre started this one. Miaokai is going in. Light's already backed away, does get caught up. Tarzan is in the back lines, but can't quite find anyone there. Dragon going to be taken down by Wukong, so that's picked up. Ultimate comes out from Bard, locks down two of the carries. Hope is still in the background. There goes Tarzan, locking one down. This time it is Kasante taking the brunt of the damage. Light able to pick up the jungler. Cope is still trying to kite backwards, but slowly everybody is falling from anyone's legend. Weibo take it nice and slow, and it's a triple kill for Light to end the fight.
That was so patient from Xiaohu. Like, I was wondering where Tarzan was at that point. The fact that he was coming in at a flank, but for how long that fight was going, for how much Weibo was zoning the rest of anyone's legend there, I was like, okay, when is the fight going to happen? When is Xiaohu going to pull the trigger? As soon as Tarzan goes in, he uses his ulti to zone the rest of the team, and it was just clear pickings for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, no hero moment from Hope this time either. He had to stay in the back lines, had to try and stay alive. He's going to continue to chase out and breathe here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything going for himself. Ultimate will come up soon. Let's see if he continues to try to chase here. The rest of the team is positioned around Baron, so they will not only win that team fight, they will pick up the third elemental dragon of the game for themselves, and they will pick up Baron. But here's a replay of that last fight, Raz.
The fact that Flandre had to use his ulti just so his team can walk forward was already a problem. So great execute on the Baron for Wukong there. Tien. The Bard ulti looked promising. The positioning from Tarzan looked promising. But as he goes in, you can just see Xiaohu come in to just zone the backline there. Great ulti that he had from the Aurora. So Kyle, Hope is just completely far back. He doesn't see an angle to take this fight. So I thought it was nice from Anyone Legends to find an angle there. But the situation, the setup from Weibo was just 10 times better.
Yeah, not only was the setup so much better, they again got the jump on the objective so early as well. It just seems like Anyone's Legend is constantly reacting to these setups and always reacting a little bit too late. And there was nothing that Tarzan could really do there. You could see second guessing himself every time he wanted to jump in with that Vi ultimate, and eventually had to settle for using it on Kasante of all champions. And as soon as that happened, it was just go time for the rest of Weibo Gaming.
I mean, he was the lowest target too, which is kind of frustrating. All the resistance is there. You really have to feel like you get the damage. Speaking of it, here comes the engage on Xiaohu.
They find Xiaohu in the backlines, but he's out immediately. Just pops the ultimate, knocks the wall, and goes straight back around. Shanks does get caught out by the Ashe ultimate, but was able to QSS out of that one, I believe. Was able to find a way out of the CC somehow.
Yeah. So
that's what they have to try and do. Try and find these picks. Not working for them. Xiaohu was able to get away.
Bard has them a kill, so he's able to just get him out of there. So it's nice to see. But yes, in the end, they're fine. They're trying, and that's all you can ask for. Is Tarzan is trying to find somebody to pick. He's looking at Breathe, but if he goes for it, you can already see 3 people through mid. They can look for the next wave, but they're trying to collapse, as you can see in the red side jungle. If something were to happen to Breathe, they are here to defend him, and it looks like their eyes are going to be on the top lane tier 2 turret.
Nice good instincts from Tarzan to identify they're becoming no vision. The vision control and denial from Weibo is so good. You can see how deep those wards are in the jungle. Ultimate is coming out from Bard to lock down the team Breathe, immediately knocking Tarzan back. Teleports being used by Anyone's Legend to get up here. Tien gets locked down by Flandre, knocked back as well by the Miaokai. Fights are still happening both on the top side of the turret and bottom towards the jungle. Flandre still keeping the monkey occupied as Xiaohu throws out the ultimate. Tarzan tries to get out and does. Shanks now low with no mana as well. Ashe ultimate right on the mark. Xiaohu flashes forward to pick up that kill. And while the fight has been split, it's just Flandre keeping people occupied. They don't have the damage to split up these team fights. Breathe keeping the rest of Anyone's Legend occupied underneath their own inhibitor turret. Tien comes back in, and that should be all she wrote. Anyone's Legend are dropping like flies. Weibo Gaming knocked down 4, and they're on to the Nexus.
Oh god, you can see how painful it is for Anyone's Legend. They're trying to find any angle in that fight. There were 2 fronts in that top side fight, and both of them were losing. And as you can see, like the Varus, the Victor ulti gets placed down. No one is getting low. Shanks is like had no mana at that point, so he tried to get out of there. Gets Ashe ulted to the face, and now it looks like it's gonna be game over. Weibo Gaming is in position to win.
There we go. First turret from the Nexus gets taken down. Shanks is going to respawn, but a little bit too little, too late. Weibo Gaming held control of that game so well, found the right opportunities, and take down game 1 against anyone's legend.
I gotta ask you, Fish. How did that game feel to you? It felt suffocating for me.
It felt like anyone's legend. If you look at the stats, if you were to cover the names and just cover everything, at the beginning, it just looked like, you know, this could be fairly close.
Yeah.
But then you go into a team fight, it just looks like Weibo Gaming dictated the entire pace. It just looked like they were in control of what happened at any given time, and anyone's legend had to continue trying to react, and when they did react, it just felt a little bit too late.
Yeah. Big credit to, I think, Weibo overall. Their support jungle felt like they just had a complete command of the map. After they had the early lead, they were able to easily get top lane turret with not much defense. We didn't see Kyle or anyone try to support the top lane turret from dying, so it just went down early. Same thing happened bot side, but honestly at that point, they had such a massive lead that there was not much that anyone's legend could do to stop them, and it just started snowballing from that point. And every objective, it was like, okay, maybe there's a chance here. No, all the wards, all the vision, they were pushed up completely. Weibo were ready for a fight at all times. It seems like they're primed and ready to take this tournament at this pace.
Weibo just looked like they knew exactly what they wanted to do every single minute of the map, from making sure they were prepped early for objectives, the very early invade they had going on, swapping towards the right side of the map when they wanted to take the right objectives. And I think the thing that I noticed throughout that game that you kept rightfully pointing out is how strong their vision control was as well. They knew exactly where everybody from the side of anyone's legend was at any given time, and not only did they have the vision to back it up, they also had the Ashe champion pick, so if they weren't sure, they could find out for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, still, the one kind of credit I would give to anyone's legend, they had some great team fights. Specifically, I think Hope, for me, was like he always had some angle in a fight. Like that flash play that he made, and you can already see the damage that he had, but obviously it gets kind of usurped from what Xiaohu did this game. And just like overall, all of Weibo. But I think Xiaohu, oftentimes in fights, was trying to find an angle in that topside fight, even though it was like a 1-for-1 trade, but they still got Herald. He still had a great engage there. That dragon fight that we saw bot side, where he was zoning the back line, so there's not much like Hope could do to follow up. All that stuff I thought they commanded expertly.
Right, and I think Hope as well as Kyle had a great game for themselves, even though they lost. Like you mentioned, they had, Hope had those good team fights. It looked like Kyle was not only getting people out of sticky situations with the magical journey, but had some great ultimates. But this team fight to me really made me feel like where does the consistent damage from AL come from? You've got the poke and the damage that comes out from Varus, but it's very burst heavy. So is Tarzan's damage very burst heavy. Even Shanks to an extent, very burst heavy damage, and that allows. Even though they eventually took down Ashe here and Hope had that fantastic play, just watch Cassante the entire fight, not give a crap about anyone. He just doesn't care.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm in awe. I'm perceiving him. It sucks for the Vi dying in that situation. But it did start out with Tarzan being out of position and anyone's legend basically trying to get him out of there and turn the fight. And they did, to a point. But it felt like they were always fighting uphill. That was kind of my problem with it all. But yeah, at the end of the day, both Victor and Varus were separate, so if they wanted to have a longer fight, then they needed to be on the same page. And at that point, it didn't seem like it at the second half of that fight.
Player of the game, Raz. Who takes it for this one?
Oh, I'm going Xiaohu. I'm going Xiaohu for player of the game. Like, even this fight is a pretty good example of it. I do think it's a team win. Look, I'm going to be the corny guy that says that. But just seeing him be able to set that ultimate, you just look at Hope. Hope, the moment that gets placed down, he's not going to be anywhere near to support Flandre or Vi or anything like that. He can't do much. So I think he, not only this fight, but the topside fight, I think he was a great asset.
I think it's 10. I mean, Xiaohu has
Yeah?
a really nice escape here as well, but I think 10 takes this one. If it's not him, it's got to be Bree. Boop, bye-bye.
He zips right out. So yeah,
Just knocks
that's
straight
another
back.
annoying aspect of a good Aurora player. Forgot about that. The escape, the mobility. There's a lot. This one is also a good one.
Invisibility,
Hey, look,
mobility.
see? The replays they're throwing here are pretty Xiaohu heavy is all I'm saying.
You're not wrong. And to be fair, he did have a good game. He almost was taken down by the solo kill from Shanks very early on, but from there, it was quite a one-sided affair. And how much of that do you think is Xiaohu being, you know, the ultimate veteran of the LPL, fantastic mid laner, or just playing the most broken champion in League of Legends right now?
It's a mix of both, all right? He's got a column A and column B. But yes, I think a big reason why their mid game is so clean, a lot of it has to be that veterancy. The one thing you can't deny from Xiaohu, sometimes he'll have some bad games, maybe internationally, one or two, but his team will always be in contention, and it's because of just how smart of a player he is. So you got to give him that. In the last series, he just 1v1'd. I think it was EDG's mid laner. So Angel recognizes how good Xiaohu still is. This guy, you all have to recognize and respect Xiaohu's ability to play any champion.
Let's see. It's going to be Bree.
No! Okay, I gotta respect him. You gotta respect him. It is what it is.
I
I
don't
was
see how
glazing
you
Xiaohu.
can. He literally got away with murder that entire game, Raz. They couldn't touch the man.
True.
But I was also wrong. I said it was 10. I only gave Bree the second runner-up here. I thought 10 had the setups that brought them to victory, but I think when you're just smashing through the backline like that, it's very hard not to get player of the game.
True. Hey, you're still closer than I was. That's all that matters. And I still think that all those players
how far
played well.
down the list? How far down the list was Breathe for you?
No, you were still. I still had him like maybe second or third. I had him there, but I didn't even
not too
mention
far
him.
away.
You did. You can take credit on that one. But yeah, Breathe is a real tank. He's killing it right now. And I do think that that second round of grubs, where he was just like, all right, you guys can take that second round of grubs. I'll just be completely farming solo bot lane and denying you of waves. All that advantage that Maokai had early was just thrown away. And when I say advantage, I mean technically CS. The gold from turret plates and everything went to the Cassante, but overall, I think he was able to get a lead, a much bigger lead because of that.
Breathe got 6 out of the 7 possible votes for player of the game for that match from the Chinese broadcast. So right before we go to break, Raz, I just want to ask you, Xiaohu, a veteran player, is he an old player, Raz? You said Flandre is an old player. Is Xiaohu an old player?
Look, I'm going to say yes, and I know what you're going to respond with.
Well, yep. What I'm going to respond with is Xiaohu is 26. He is not old, Raz, so stop calling young players old. But with that, we're going to
How
go
old
ahead
are
and take a
you?
quick break before we come back with game number 2. We don't talk about my age anymore, Raz. I'm at that
Okay.
number now. We don't talk about it. Let's go to a break so I can cry. See you later.
see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's broadcast of the DEMACIA Cup on LPL English. I'm Matthew Fish Wong Stewart, and joining me for game number 2 of this best of 5 series is going to be Barento Raz Muhammad. Not game number 3, but kicking him off then, a little bit too much of him. Oh,
That's
wait,
true.
you didn't know? They didn't tell you already?
Whoa! I was talking to the producer to kick you off. That was the plan for me. Are they giving us 2 different plans?
I think we're both getting kicked off now. They're pitting us against each other. So we should just rebel, and when the game starts, we just walk off, right?
That's true. I'm down for it. I'm down for a strike.
Oh, they've gone to break already, see?
Oh God! Wait a
Didn't
minute.
tell-
No, we won't do it. I promise. But yeah, I mean, just for people that are coming back, or people who are just coming into the stream now, maybe you missed game 1. Overall, to me, what I care most about this matchup, it's like 2 of one of the best junglers in the league for me. But the main story is going to be Tarzan. Tarzan going up against his former team. The fact that in Summer Split, him and Breathe came on to Weibo Gaming to really save that squad and make that team, alongside, of course, Shahu, like a world's contender. And then, of course, like to be able to make it to the semifinals. I expected Tarzan to come back onto the team going into the next year. That has not happened. He is now like a mercenary for hire, has moved on towards anyone's legend, and he's now going up against his former team, which is crazy to think. It's like that's going to be like a nice snippet that we get to see going into the next LPL split. It's just Tarzan going up against his former teams, going up against LMG, but in this case going up against Weibo Gaming, and that's fun to me.
Yeah, how do you feel about his, for lack of a better word, debut today against his former team? The first game, you know, wasn't able to pick up that victory, but what do you think of his performance in that first game on Vi?
I think it was a tough game. I didn't like the Vi pick, to be fair. I made that clear early, and you can kind of see that as the game went on. But I thought his first individual performance was quite good. Being able to kick Tien out of his jungle early on to protect his bot lane, that was one. That's a thumbs up for me. That fight that he had when he was getting caught out in his blue side jungle, and then he was able to find a pick on towards Light on the end of that fight. I think he is really good mechanically, and you got to see glimpses of that. But hopefully the draft and, of course, some of that macro can get a little bit better for the team going into the next game. But as a reminder for everybody that's coming in, if you're new, this is Fearless Draft. So the champions you see are at the bottom that were played in game 1. No teams can play that going into the rest of the series.
Yep, so you won't see them banned out either, given the fact that they have already been played and cannot be picked. So going into game number 2 of this best of 5 series, Kalista, Skana, as well as Rumble are the bans on the red side of the map from Weibo Gaming. Nocturne, Caitlyn, as well as Nico are the bans coming out from Anyone's Legend, with Flandre locking in Corki as their first pick.
When's the last time you saw Corki? What's the Corki
Probably
that you
the-
remember?
Probably mid lane Corki back when I was still casting, because every Worlds that I was ever a shoutcaster for, it was always the Corki Ezreal meta. And I think
That
the
is
one
true.
Worlds where I stopped was when it wasn't the Corki Ezreal meta anymore.
The last time you saw Corki, was it with package? Is that how old you
With
are?
the package, yes. The last
Alright.
time I saw a professional League of Legends Corki was with the package.
All right. Well, look, we are all here to educate you. Since the changes happened to Corki individually, now his passive is a little bit more boring. Maybe you can call it balanced. Maybe not right now. It's a very strong bot lane pick. It's a great scaling bot lane pick that has a percentage that he just outputs his true damage. So that's one thing to watch out for. He's still relatively the same champion. But yes, he's been banned quite a bit so far at DEMACIA Cup. We still have some Xiaohu lovers out there. That's a great meme that they have right now in the fans. But yes, Corki is a really strong pick. Getting first pick here, I like it so far from Anyone's Legend.
Let's talk about Corki a little bit more when we go into the match, because I'm very curious about this champion. It's had a very historical significance, not only to the LPL, but also to League of Legends in general. But we do have a lot more of the bans that have come through for game number 2. Rel being picked up, which sends out from the side of Anyone's Legend. And then Renekton, Rakan, and Ari are the picks coming out from Weibo Gaming. Ari, quite a signature champion for Xiaohu.
Yeah, it is. Really good on the Ari in general, and I think the last series that we saw, he was able to put Angel in the dirt in game 2 off of his Ari pick when both of his side lanes early on in the game were behind. So like, he is a great Ari player. He is the playmaker for the team, so I think it's a good look, especially if you have Rakan. And I'm looking at Anyone's Legend side, and I was wondering what they would want to pick here, especially with Xin Zhao. I think that Silas would be a good pick, but it got banned. So both Silas and Orianna get put in the dirt, and I'm wondering what Anyone's Legend is going to put for Shanks here. Maybe the LeBlanc pick. I know he's a great LeBlanc player. I'm not sure if he's willing to pick it here. That will just make it so the early game is, the early and mid game is pretty important, because they will just basically heavily rely on Corki in the later portions of the game.
Lots of 80 carry bands be coming out from Anyone's Legend, so Misfortune as well as Zaya are the two bands of choice, pushing over the next pick to Weibo Gaming. So you're expecting to see something here that can go toe-to-toe against Ari from the side of Anyone's Legend? Is that what you think is going to be picked up?
I was thinking LeBlanc, just because I respect Shanks LeBlanc so much, even if it is sort of out of meta, just a little bit in competitive. Akali is another good one too. Just an assassin. Anything that can play around with his Xin Zhao. You wouldn't want to necessarily put a control mage. You can. Like if you wanted to play in his ear, you could. But I think then you would just be a target for both Ari and Rakan in fights. So there we go. It's going to be the Akali pick. So it's going to be an exciting one. You have Shanks and an assassin working alongside Tarzan. The early game is going to be pretty fun to watch.
Right. Akali being picked up, most likely going into the mid lane against Xiaohu. Whereas Ezreal was the pick of choice in Weibo Gaming. We cursed it, Raz. We said Ezreal Corki at the start of this, and we're getting Ezreal Corki in the bottom lane.
That's true. That's true. That's all you, all right? And at least both of them are really safe AD carries. So if you're going to have a composition with Xin Zhao and Akali and Rel that wants to go into and engage, then at least Corki is going to be pretty safe to just be going front to back, and the same can be said about Ezreal. So last pick that did get locked in was the Poppy. Good amount of denial on dashes that steadfast presence provides. So it's going to be harder for, honestly, even for Jace, but specifically for Akali and Xin Zhao. So I'm interested to see how Tian works on this pick. I was expecting maybe a Viego or something, because he's such a good Viego player. But this one's going to be more, just better for the comp.
Yeah, Poppy in the jungle here, with the comps being locked in for both sides. What again? Same thing as the first game. What do we expect Anyone's Legend to be trying to do with the composition that they've picked up here?
For me, it's going to be all around your mid lane. It's always going to be around playing on sides, especially if you have Shanks on the Akali with Xin Zhao. Your 2v2 should be really strong. And even though, yes, you have a pretty mobile pick in the Ari across from you, I would 100% expect anyone's legend to play a 1-3-1 for the most part, and when fights happen, Akali will be taking flank. So I really just want to see anyone's legend really level up in terms of defending their vision that they've already placed, or setting up if they have a lead around an objective so Akali can be a threat on flank. That's what I'm expecting. That's what we need from her.
That sounds like a difficult task, especially given how well Weibo were able to control the vision in that first game.
Yeah.
And when we look at Weibo's composition, do you think that that's going to play well into what anyone's legends picked up?
I think so, especially the Poppy. The Poppy is such a crazy pick sometimes, because some team fights it looks useless as hell, but in this game, its steadfast presence is always going to find value, because you see a dash on nearly every pick from anyone's legend side, and it can just pop out the Akali with its ulti, or even the Zinzao, and make it an uneven number fight. So I think Weibo has a lot of tools, and in fact, I would give them the advantage. As much as I do like the anyone's legends composition, I think it's fun. I think it can really accentuate Shanks' skills as an assassin player. But the composition from Weibo has a lot of answers to what anyone's legends is providing.
Does Jace's Hammer Slam count as a dash? Because if so, then I believe that is everyone.
Yeah,
that would have
exactly.
a dash going to be blocked here.
Yeah.
So, nice little pick from Tien in the jungle. Tien, he's been playing League of Legends since he was 13, by the way. When he was 13, he was already on the Chinese super server.
That's crazy.
My goodness. I think I was still trying to collect all the Pokemon when I was 13. You know, could barely beat the Elite Four, and here's this guy playing on the super server.
Oh yeah, I was just scratching my belly watching any show, like cartoons, anime. I was not doing anything productive in my life.
Looking at the level 1s here, Light is going towards the top side of the map, get some good damage onto Flandre, knocking him out of the lane. So Renekton and Ezreal are on the top side of the map, whereas Rakan and Ari are in the mid lane, and Poppy is pushing the bottom side of the jungle. So early teleport coming out to the mid lane here, and it's going to be Flandre jumping into the mid lane. So what's going on here, Raz? It's very rare to see two different champions that need to farm in the same lane, with Renekton and Ezreal top side of the map, and now we're also seeing Jace and Akali in the same lane.
Yeah, essentially they're just attacking Jace in a swap, because I mean, he's even going grasp. He recognizes that a swap is going to be inevitable, and so he just needs a wave to be able to farm off of. So expect him to, at some point, once the wave starts crashing, to be bot lane. He's already moving towards it, and then denying potential for like Flandre to TP bot lane, because if he does TP bot lane to catch the wave, then they should be angling for a dive. Here comes the TP. Rakan is here. He's level 2 actually. So I think the dive is actually really hard. They might still play for it, but I'm looking at Breathe and saying that he should be able to catch this wave. So it's just going to be even harder for Jace. Now we're seeing Akali TP up top lane, so then Jace can catch mid lane wave because he TP'd mid lane. So like basically, they're just trying to find a wave for Flandre to play off of, and though they burnt their TPs really early on to make it happen, at least he has mid lane wave.
I like this. They gave all the CS over to Light on Ezreal, so Breathe wasn't able to pick up any of the CS, sacrificed some experience for the Renekton, which would not have hurt Light to begin with because he would have been sharing CS in the bottom lane anyway. Take some damage, but easily dashes away. Now they're sharing the bottom side of the map, so Corki and Rao going up against the Renekton as well as the Rakan. But there's a lot of teleports as well. There's teleports on Ezreal, there's teleports on Xiaohu. Breathe was the only one who used his. Han does have to flash away from a little bit of an engage from anyone's legend, but look at Flandre, he just hit level 3.
That's what I was getting to too. I think I love the fact that you pointed out the TPs, because that's the advantage that I'm seeing here. Is that because Shanks and Flandre both had to TP to actually make the lane livable, now you don't have any mistakes if you're Flandre. If you get poked at, as he is, by Xiaohu, he's going to lose a lot here, so now they're helping him out.
Xiaohu does get ganked in the middle lane, takes a bit of damage, but a good flash gets him away from any of the major crowd control elements that would have locked him down in that lane. So giving Flandre some breathing room, but only 16 CS being picked up by Jace. Xiaohu has been in this lane almost the entire time, only burning his flash there, still has his teleport available. So Weibo really trying to dictate what the lanes look like. Flandre was literally walking up and down the map for the first 3 minutes of this game. and still having a hard time here trying to push out the wave all the way to Xiaohu's turret.
Yeah, and it's good from anyone's legend side that they basically came in to try and bail Jace out of this lane. He needed that. If it was just an isolated lane, Xiaohu is only going to get a stronger and stronger lead. He might even turn that into a dive angle onto the Jace, and you know, he's just going to lose even more CS. So this is what happens basically if you try to be a top laner that wants to play carries. If you want to play Jace and have fun, you get instantly stepped on in a lane swap situation. And so at least they're able to get him farming, because if we're comparing him to Breathe, you know, they're both able to farm decently. The one I think that took the biggest brunt of all of this is Shanks, because he had to TP top lane into in a 1v2 side lane. And he's the one that's now struggling, and they're losing plates right now. So overall, Weibo is the team that's ahead.
There's no major gold lead yet, a couple hundred gold for Weibo at the moment, but it does feel like they have that big tempo advantage and the experience advantage at the moment. Flange only just hitting level 5, Breathe was able to do the same there. Light and Hang are slightly ahead of Hope and Kael. Hope and Kael only just popped over to that level 5 mark, so seems like Weibo might have a small tempo advantage that they can use to move into these next objectives. Xiaohu hits level 6. Grubs spawn and the Infernal Dragon is up and alive at the moment, so this might be their window of opportunity to try and snowball a little bit more than just a couple of hundred gold from the other game lead.
Yeah, and just looking topside, you can see that Shanks is just kind of playing on the edge. Both teams want to fight for these grubs. One is already taken down. Let's see if a fight occurs here.
They are going to fight. Tarzan gets 2 grubs before any fights take place. Xiaohu dashes into the fight. The level 6 Ari doing a lot of damage, getting to the back lines. Kael is one auto attack away, but he doesn't go down. First blood is going to go to the side of anyone's legend. Hope picks that one up. Grubs going to be picked up by anyone's legend as well. And we were singing the praises of Weibo's setup, but there was none there. It was reactionary to anyone's legend.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great... It looked like a good collapse coming in. But I just love the fact that, you know, both Kael and Tarzan had great focus in that team fight. Overall, at first, Kael got blocked. I mean, he literally got denied on his engage. But the moment Ari joined in the fight, they were instantly on top of it. But yeah, Renekton was actually taking a pretty long journey to the fight, so he was not in this fight at all.
Yeah, you can see Renekton on the minimap still moving towards the top side there for Weibo Gaming, whereas anyone's legend, they had everybody in that fight, and with all of that damage being thrown onto Kael, that's what a Rel support is there to do primarily. Take that damage first and then get away, or take that damage and pop all the initiation and crowd control you want and support the team. And Weibo Gaming just felt like they had such a nice setup in the early game, controlling the lanes, making sure that Flange was not allowed to go where he wanted to go in his Jace lane. But anyone legends were the ones that were able to set up for that first spawn of the grubs. They pick it up. Infernal Dragon is still alive, and now they've swung it back in their favor. They have the gold lead. They were able to pick up those grubs. They got that first blood as well. Seems like they are the ones that can now start to take control of the map.
Exactly. This is a really fun game. The fact that anyone's legend was able to recover off of the swap to get Jace a decent setting in a lane. It was tough for him, but then they came in and helped him. Both Tarzan and Kael did a great job of being able to bail him out, and then being able to commit towards grubs. Weibo wanted to take that fight. They didn't have Breathe for it. They really paid the price for it. So overall, I'm giving a lot of credit to Tarzan as a player. Like, obviously, it's a team game, but I think he has really slotted into this team nicely. Let's see if they can get the pick on Xiaohu.
Xiaohu tries to dash away, does get locked down. Lots of damage coming out from Hope. One big bomb, not going to be enough. Lives with just over 100 hit points. So small gank tops out of the map from the AD carry and support. But that does mean they'll knock Xiaohu out of the lane. Hope might even stop it from going back to base here with an ultimate.
He stopped him.
Almost gets it. One more! Flashes forward. 2 games in a row. Hope has been this aggressive. Gets the kill onto Xiaohu, but now he has to try and get away from the rest of the team. He might just die to the turret here if no one touches him. Oh, Ari still gets the kill. Looks like Xiaohu got a bit of damage on him a little bit earlier with that ultimate.
Oh my god, Hope is a G! I mean, these last 2 series, he has just been popping off. Even in the last game, the loss that they had, he was the best player on the team. So, I don't know, man. Hope has actually just been a different kind of beast.
Yeah, bit of a greedy recall from Xiaohu as well, and Hope wasn't afraid to take advantage of that, caught sleeping a little bit. Here's a replay of that. They were able to get quite a bit of damage onto this turret. He just went for it. He didn't care.
He was, yeah, I think the intent was just to try and stop him from backing, but that was the big one from his ulti. And so able to flash, get the auto off, get the kill on towards Xiaohu. Yes, they collapse on him and get him, but Xiaohu right now is just a bit behind. He's 2 deaths, of course. Oh, wait a minute. He's investigating. Okay. I don't know why. I thought there was someone in there, but he was just making sure. But yes, the focus for me is definitely on Hope. I think he's been playing incredible League of Legends for the past 2 series, and I think if he finds this consistency during the season, anyone's Legend is definitely going to be more than just a dark horse. So it's great to be able to see, I think, the growth that he has had as a player throughout his career.
Well, we wanted to talk about Corki, and I mean, we have the Corki Ezreal matchup. Ezreal's built 3 long swords, but it doesn't look like the team's going to let us talk about them just yet as they go for a bit of a skirmish as the second round of grubs spawn. So we'll dive into that bottom lane matchup later. Weibo are setting up for the grubs this time around. They're the first to get to it. Light's going to get some damage on it as well. Tarzan jumps him in from the bushes, so Ezreal already down to below half hit points. Hung has to disengage. Tian taking a lot of damage as well. They're trying to pick up as many of the grubs as possible before disengaging. Anyone's Legend look really healthy. Light stuck inside the pit, forced to flash away. Tian trying to flash away as well. Tarzan goes over the wall, snipes him with his spear. Continues the rest of the fight. Hung is now caught behind the turret. Breathe is there as well. Anyone Legend are looking like they're trying to set up for a dive. Finding Tian inside of his own, inside his own jungle. Kael trying to keep them there. Breathe pops the ultimate to force a fight and try and get the rest of his team away. Tian knocks him down to the wall. Xiaohu now joining this one. Pops the ult, gets one. Shanks has gone into the back line. Kael has taken a bit of damage. Flandre now wants to rejoin this fight too. Getting good amount of crowd control down. Hope jumps in. Double kill being picked up. Triple kill for Shanks. Akali is starting to pop off. Light now getting into melee range. Gets the shutdown. Gets a nice little bit of extra gold. And what went from a nice pickup here from anyone's Legend turned into a bloody chaotic skirmish at the end.
Yeah, anyone Legends is putting their fist up and they're ready to fight. Like, you can just taste the bitterness of an ex, and it's Tarzan. The ex going up against his former team. He knew they won that team fight, and he was like, you know what? I want more than grubs. I want them. So, taking a look at this fight, at first I was like, wow, Light is taking a lot of damage. I thought that anyone's Legend was actually going to be coming in a deficit in this fight because it was Jace who was answering last. He was coming in the TP, but Light was already really low. Tian ate the chunk right after Light, so they had to both flash out of that. And you would think they would just stand by and take the grubs. Tarzan had another idea coming as he was able to snipe Light.
Beautiful, beautiful re-engage from anyone's Legend. And it turned into this chaotic skirmish where Weibo just said, you know what, we're just going to fight.
I think it was good from Weibo to take this fight because Jace and Corki weren't a part of it at the start. Allowed them to be able to get some picks at the beginning. But yeah, then Hope joins alongside Flandre and the rest of the fight was easy. But Breathe is being engaged on.
Oh, this is the LPL that I love. Non-stop action. Can't even go through a full replay. Anyone's Legend gets to jump onto Breathe on the top side of the map. Whereas the rest of Weibo is going to try and see if they can continue to chip away at this bottom lane outer turret.
Yeah, yo, Fish.
Gonna...
Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Never mind.
No one
I
can see
lied.
him. He's fine.
Okay. Okay, he's good. Okay, my point that I was gonna make is like, it feels like not much has changed since you were in the LPL because it's
Oh, no.
the one thing I was mad about when I was with you was that it would turn into a replay, into a fight, into a replay, into a fight, and there'd be like no room for you to breathe.
Buddy, I come from Southeast Asia. This is a Tuesday. In fact, this is called a snooze fest compared to the games that I watch.
That sounds like the description of your casting, buddy. That
is well deserved. You know.
Hey, wait a minute! Don't put yourself
that is
down.
fair.
I'm supposed to do that.
You know, Raz, I might just retire after this. Thanks to you. Just
I
like
thought
the
you
first
already
time, because
retired.
you're such a mean person to me all the time, Raz. I don't
Hey,
know why I put up
hey,
with you.
don't appeal to public sympathy. That's not gonna work here.
I'm going to appeal to all of Twitch chat. It's your fault, Raz. But meanwhile, in this game that we should actually be talking about, it is a small lead for the side of anyone's Legend. They have been able to turn around what looked like a disaster of a start for them, where Weibo was controlling the map, and it just feels very different from Weibo compared to Game 1. Game 1, all of that vision you talked about, all of that control. Look at the vision at the moment for Weibo, barely covering anything, and there are 2 objectives on the map to play around.
I think this draft is significantly better, even though I'm leaning towards Weibo's draft. I mean, even like some of the people who are out in Twitch chat right now, some of them are a little bit more of a believer in anyone's Legends chat, and it's just like in draft I'm in, and it's because it is a lot easier to execute from Shanks and Tarzan's perspective. It was going to be hard for Flandre, but he was able to get out early game. That being said, another team fight's on the horizon. TP coming in from Renekton.
Yep, TP is coming in. Flandre looking to join the flight. Ari was pushed away by Shanks, and Tien knocks one out of the park. So, Weibo going to start this fight with a numbers advantage. Kael taking a lot, has to disengage from the rest of this fight. Tien will pick up the Rift Herald. Xiaohu joining the fight, forced to double dash away. Tarzan's low, so is Kael, but he's looking to try and see if he can reinitiate. Hope trying to lead the front lines, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Shank's going to go around the left side of that red pit, getting good damage onto Tien, who's forced to flash over towards their side of the jungle. So Weibo don't lose anyone, which means they got what they came for with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're in and out. I will say, though, just seeing Hope basically playing on a knife's edge of that last fight. Tien was willing to re-engage, but he realized that AL was playing a little bit too good on the end of it. But still, focus on Tien. Take a look at how he's able to sneak this. They don't even know he was there. The man Hex Flash into the pit, was able to knock Tarzan out and take the Herald for himself. That man is crazy.
Really well played from Tien to make sure that he can secure this fight. And it was so different from the first skirmish we saw around the Grubs, where it felt like Tarzan had the flank onto Light, was able to poke someone out nice and early. This time it felt like it was well controlled from Weibo instead. They are able to do the exact same thing this time around that we saw from their dragon control in the first game, where they set up very nicely, take away that elemental dragon, and nothing much that anyone's Legend could do about that pickup from Weibo. Tarzan is going to try and reinitiate against two players. He's got KL down here to deal a bit of crowd control, but it's just a silly fight over a frog instead.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this series for me, it's about both these junglers. As I say that, Hong has to get out of there. And I think they'll be completely in the clear, because both these junglers are, you know, some of the best in the league, easily. Tien was an MVP in summer. That being said, still really angling for fights. It's a back and forth. Whereas Tarzan has just been globally recognized as one of the best junglers in the world, and even though he has some consistency issues when it comes to an international event, people may be holding that LNG run a little bit too close to heart, he has just been really uplifting teams that he joins. That was the case when he was on LNG. It was the case when he was on Weibo. And now he's going up against his old team, now wearing an Anyone's Legend jersey. So I'm really excited to see how he does throughout this series and maybe put them in a position to go to the finals.
So am I seeing this right? Has Jace picked up Undying Despair as his
Oh
first item?
my god! I have never seen Tank Jace. Sorry guys, I'm the uncultured one here.
Raz, I have not been casting for years. 5 years to be exact. But even I feel like this is strange.
Look, I am an open-minded individual. Flandre has always been the mad chemist. He's always been a creative person. And he's ready to cook. He's here to cook.
You're not wrong.
Like, I think that's what people want. They want to see the Flandre of old that's willing to try crazy, unusual things, and I'm sure this has been played in solo queue. I personally haven't seen it, and I'm willing to learn.
I am very curious about this, but yes, you're not wrong. Flandre historically has been the man that not only picks the unorthodox champions, but builds some very unorthodox things on them as well. So a bit of a tank Jace for Flandre here.
Is this tier then a Fimbulwinter? Is that what he's going for? Because I thought that was going to be a Manamune, and I guess I'm just wrong. I'm just learning at this point onwards.
Well, I think we're going to find out at some point. Hope, though, you can see how much damage he's dealing to Light just in a very, very small back and forth engage. He has his Manamune complete with that Triforce, as Ezreal still just holding on to those components, so slightly behind, and Hope 1,200 gold up so far. He's been playing so well for Anyone's Legend, and even in that last game that they lost to Weibo Gaming, we highlighted him as one of the players that stood out on the losing side, and he's continuing to show form in this game where they are currently leading by about a 3,000 gold lead.
Absolutely. As much as everyone's interest is peaked on the build and play of Flandre, Hope is the real carry for this team, and has been, I think, for a few games now. So, especially now that he's on the Corki pick, one of the most OP 80 carry picks right now in the patch, and he has like a decent amount of front line. The front line being said Jace and Rel. I think he's going to be doing great for himself. And the real question now from Weibo's side is who is going to be the one to threaten him?
Well, Tank Jace is going to try and initiate here against a Renekton as Baron spawns, hitting the 20-minute mark of this match. Which means Rift Herald is going to have to go out. Hung jumps into the Rift Herald and tries to steer this one around. Let's see where he's going to go with this. Where are we going, Raz? Where's he trying to take this one?
Here we go. He's out of here. He's just leaving.
Into a wall? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That was interesting.
Uses-
I'm guessing just
uses-
trying to keep him alive a little bit longer, maybe?
Uses Batmobile to get out of there, and he could have just used it to get any bit of damage on mid lane. So it's going to go down. So it's the saddest Rift Herald.
He just wanted to drift a little bit, it seems, but
Yeah.
no use of the Rift Herald from Weibo Gaming, so they do secure that objective earlier, and with some nice moves from Tian being able to help them disengage, they get that, but they don't really get too much out of it, which means anyone's legend still hold on to this lead, and like you were talking about during picks and bans, it seems like they're the ones that are going to scale quite well going into the late game as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in, at least with the lead that Corki has, that they can carry this through. That being said, they don't have first touch on the objective. So it's going to be a little harder for them to fight into Weibo's vision. As you can already see, completely dark here. That's going to be the responsibility of Kyle to be able to walk into the line bush, and they're going for it.
Dragon spawns, Hung takes a bit of damage. Breathers in the back line's already popped his ultimate. He's able to jump on top of Shanks, gets a lot of people crowded around this Renekton. Not able to heal too much back up though, but Hung gets that first kill onto the support. The rest of Weibo Gaming are taking a lot of damage. Anyone's legend is trying to collapse now. Here comes Corki. Hope gets one. Shanks takes down the rest with a second triple kill of the game for Shanks. What a fantastic play from AL. They're going to take a lot out of that big team fight.
Perfectly executed by Shanks. That was insane to be able to get the triple kill there. But I think the start of the fight is where the true gold was. Because, by the way, Shahu was at like blinking red HP bars before the fight even began. Hope really punished him, so he was not going to be able to participate. And then he joined the fight, and it was just basically a 5v4 from there. So just take a look as Hope was going 1v1 versus Shahu and completely pushed him out. So sure, he had to pop ulti, he had to get out of there, and it was easy for them to then move on towards Breathe and then to just take this fight front to back.
And then from there, it was the Hope and Shanks show. Look at this. Hope decides to dive back on in. Shanks able to get all of these kills. Woo!
Wow.
Just cinematic it was. With that, they take the mid lane out of turret. They take down Baron as well. And suddenly that small lead from AL has turned into a nice large lead. It was a Fimble Winter, by the way, that was picked up by Jace. So this is Tank Jace
Yes,
that we
it
are
is.
seeing.
And by the way, that last fight, a 3-man slow with his hammer Q. So I'm just going to put that out there. The utility is there. I make light of it, but he's doing his job this game. He's doing incredibly well at playing the role of the frontliner.
It is working. It must be something that is going around in solo queue or something.
Yeah.
I've never seen a tank Jace ever. In my years of casting before, this never. So this is very interesting. Meanwhile, Breeze got himself in a bit of a sticky situation. He's even going to pop his ultimate to try and heal up a bit more. Shanks is going to have to chase him all the way to his base. It looks like he might actually catch up in time to deny the execute, but at this point it just means that there's going to member down for Weibo Gaming. He does get executed. Which is nice, but still, that's a player down for the next 37 seconds. They do secure a dragon for themselves, but AO are now going to have the opportunity to continue pushing for these turrets with Baron buff available for all of their players.
Okay, these fights are exciting. I need to calm down. I know I have neighbors, and it's 2:30 a.m., so I gotta relax a little bit.
Your neighbors don't matter. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You know what? I agree. Okay, to hell with their sleep.
They're going to try and go for a fight here. Tarzan takes a lot of damage to start the fight, but Light went a little bit too aggressive. Tank chases in the backlines and gets the kill onto Light. The rest of Weibo Gaming is slowly falling. Tian trying to keep his backline alive. Xiaohu trying to deal as much damage as possible. Breathe comes back, but it's a little bit too late for the Crocodile. Shanks has already picked up one. They're just trying to do their best to keep them here, trying to chip down AL as much as possible. Aggressive play from Hope again. Gets to the backlines, gets good damage, kills another. And with this Baron buff, they might be able to continue pushing forward. Xiaohu keeping the team alive a little bit longer by taking down Corki a bit too aggressive. And they're still trying to defend this Nexus. They might actually be able to do so, despite it being such a big lead for AL. Weibo Gaming live to fight another day.
A bit too aggressive. They're playing behind their Nexus turrets. That was insane. The confidence from Hope and Flandre are through the roof. So yeah, they've delayed the game a little bit more. They tried to ham fist this one, as you can see. The moment Tarzan found his target, he went straight for Light. The rest of the team was down to follow. A great engage from Kyle. And even though they lost Corki off of the Poppy ulti, they thought that they were strong enough to be able to get another pick. I mean, Xiaohu did use his last ult charge, so maybe they could have happened. But the moment Hope got yeeted out, they should have played back. But they feel like they're so ahead, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I feel like when they get this next pick onto Breathe was when Hope just went a little bit too far here.
Yeah.
They could have been pushing that Nexus a bit more. But it's still a win for them. They still traded it was much more in their favor in comparison to Weibo. They're able to take down a Nexus, an inhibitor turret. They were able to take down an outer turret before that, and now they can take another inner turret in the bottom lane this time. So still pushing that momentum. They have about a 9,000 gold lead to work with, which is substantial 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah, can you say that one more time? How much gold was that?
Is it 9,000? Did I get it wrong? Can I do math?
No, you got it right. You got it right. I just want to make, because like at this point they're so far ahead, it doesn't matter how much of a troll that last fight was. They're just confident at this stage. So it's going to be on Weibo to find a miracle here. They're going to try and defend this inner turret.
Let's see what they can do. Hope does take quite a bit of damage, but again, there's nothing much that Weibo can really do. Hung's forced to back away. Tian already knocked down. Flandre gets that kill. Shanks is going into the back line to keep the rest of them occupied, and I think this is all over here. AL slowly knocking down these turrets, slowly creeping towards the Nexus. Hope does flash away from the true shot barrage to keep himself alive. That's the second inhibitor turret going down. Hung looking to reinitiate for Weibo Gaming, is able to charm 2. Light coming back with a bit more hit points this time around. Weibo trying to put on their last stand. Shanks takes a lot of damage. Kael, Hope, and Shanks all very low. The support's going to sacrifice themselves so that the rest of the team can try and run away. And Weibo do defend their base one more time, but they lose a second inhibitor in doing so.
Yeah, I mean, Anyone's Legend is playing really confident here. They lost 2 members for that. So I'm just going to put it out there. This game is still losable. As hard as it is to believe that, you know, as much as it is like a 9K gold lead, it kind of concerns me that Anyone's Legend is still playing on a knife's edge like this. Just take a look at Flandre on the back half of this fight. But at the start of this fight, Light does go in. Makes it a pretty easy target for Anyone's Legend to try and get him, because the fact that he uses E to get into the fight made it confident for the rest of Anyone's Legend to walk up. But yeah, and then you look at Flandre, because the moment they wait for the next wave to take that inner turret, that was a really close Ezreal ulti. He just starts going for the Nexus turret. Flandre just does not care at this stage, and he's trying to elongate the fight when the team is trying to play slow for the inhibitor.
It's so strange to watch Jace just take so long to die when he's caught up in the middle of the entire opposition. But like you mentioned, he got some good damage onto that Nexus turret, and they got the inhibitor turret, so now with the second Baron spawning, Anyone's Legend are looking to try and gain vision control over the top side of this map, especially around the red buff pit of Weibo Gaming's jungle. They do just that. You know, if I was to pick who player of the game would be, I would give it to Hope. But given that Shanks has gotten 2 triple kills in the game, I think that it's absolutely going to him. Like, I don't see how he doesn't get player of the game if they continue on this path and win the match. But deep down inside, I want Flandre to get it.
I agree with you.
Tank chase.
I agree with you. Just give it to him.
We might see one final stand here as AL look to try and take Baron for the second time.
But look at their
Teleporters
base. Like,
come in.
super minions are going through. They're taking the fight.
They're going to take the fight. KL takes a lot of damage and is the first to fall. Light gets that kill. Shanks now might be caught out here. Xiaohu doesn't get the charm. Good Zonya's being used to dodge the crowd control, but Redditor goes through. Tarzan taking damage. It's Hellboy's not backwards! Get the heck out of here, Flandre! You are not allowed to backdoor today! Light then goes back to base and said to defend the Nexus, but that is a one-team fight for Weibo Gaming. They kill 3 players from the side of anyone's legend, and nobody falls on their end. Now looking for a second fight. Flandre going into the front lines. They lock down Hope. He gets 1 under 10. This is a 2-on-4. Tank Jace don't care. He don't care about your feelings at all. Hope now getting into the back lines. Dashes forward. Flandre still alive. A triple kill being picked up by Hope. Can he get it? He gets the quadra. Dodges the 2-shot barrage. And somehow they're back in this 2-on-4.
That was insane from anyone's legend. They recognized that Ezreal TP'd, A, as a reaction to Jace's TP, but B, because the super minion waves were just pounding on the Nexus turrets, and they felt confident that they can take the fight. As long as Hope played to the edge, played to his limit, kited back properly, they could win it. And Flandre was so tanky, they had to deal with him. That was an absurd fight for anyone's legends.
This was the first part, Raz. Walk us through this where Weibo, they get fantastic picks here and stop the Baron.
Yeah, so anyone's legends, I mean, first of all, Kyle is already deep in there without much support, and Tarzan tried to come in and bail him out alongside Shanks, so it was like basically both of them were getting picked off bit by bit. If anyone's legend played this one slowly, the super minion waves would have done his trick. But then they catch a whiff of Flandre doing this, completely took him out. But by the way, the TP was already being channeled by Light, so the moment he is there to defend the Nexus turrets, Flandre recognizes that they can take this fight with how strong Hope was. And the moment Hope joins the fight, Tien recognizes, Breathe recognizes they have to get on top of Hope, but I mean, he's too strong at this point. And Xiaohu doesn't really have the facilities without ulti to be able to help him get to the back line, to be able to kill Hope. So that was an insane 2v4, and they were able to get the job done.
Just doing some napkin math, it looked like Jace healed about 1,400 hit points in that small skirmish, just from the combination of his items and the Grass of the Undying there. Was it Grass that he has? Yes, Grass of the Undying.
Yeah.
I saw 2 pops of 400 and multiple of hundreds, and it looked like about 1,400 health being healed by Tank Jace. That was insane. And Hope, as always, playing out of his mind. Now he might get MVP. He got a quadra kill. Now he might get that MVP status.
And now he has a chance. The LPL stats team, they love the big numbers. When you see someone getting a triple kill, they'll go for him. But here comes another fight. They're going for it.
They're going for the fight. Shanks is able again. They Hope dashing forward. Does get locked down by Breathe, but doesn't take too much damage. Shanks has already taken down Tien. Now making work of the rest of the back line. Weibo going to try and group up. Light is here to get damage onto Flandre, but he gets knocked back himself. Hope wants to try and find a way back into this one, but needs his front line in there. Tarzan does that job. Splits up the map. Xiaohu now locked in the backside. There goes the AP carry. Nothing much left for Weibo's side to get damage down besides Light. Trying to find a way to poke out Hope. He goes forward. Light being really aggressive to see if he can knock one out, and that's what he needs to do to keep them alive. Isn't able to do so. It is a 2-for-1 trade. Tien and Xiaohu being traded for Shanks.
Whoa, these are crazy back-to-back fights that anyone legend is having here. And I think a lot of it is that they're just willing to take any fight that's being thrown their way. And in that one, they came out victor. It was pretty dicey with the Poppy ultimate that came through, and it was also pretty dicey, even with an amazing engage from Kyle. The Poppy ulti really made it difficult to follow up on. Is that a steal?
Can you get it?
Ooh.
Not quite. Close. Not quite. But they do pick up Baron buff for themselves. So this is an interesting game. That gold lead is still about the same. You know, 8 or 9,000 in favor of anyone's legend. But the fights haven't really felt like that, Raz.
Hope has been getting stronger and stronger. He's able to finish a Bloodthirster. And I've been taking a glance.
At max items.
Oh, there it is. He's completely strong now. Maybe, I don't know if he's got an elixir, but that's all he would need to be as strong as he possibly can get. And I've been taking a gander at the chat here and there. There's been one staunch Hope defender that's trying to call him out as the best AD carry in the league, where everyone else is booing that man. Just taking a look at this game, he's making a case for something. I'm not going to say he's the best AD carry. Hell no. But he's definitely the best player in the game. That's for damn sure.
10, 2, and 8 on this Corki, and like you mentioned, scaling. He has that true damage from his passive now online. You can see just one tap onto Tien. That's about a tenth of his hit points gone. Life though, he just gets destroyed. Shanks is able to get a one-on-one kill in the mid lane against the AD carry from Weibo Gaming, and they're running away. I don't think there's anything they can do there. That's a pretty anticlimactic ending with the AD carry getting caught out. Big team fights going to ensue, but there's nothing much that Weibo can do at this point. Hope is too damn strong. Gets a double kill. Flies in for the triple. Hung the last person left alive. They might even try and dive him for that quadra, but no, they don't. Ending the game, tying up the series 1-1.
Are you not entertained? I was a little concerned after game 1 that Weibo would be walking away with this one. But now Anyone's Legend ties it up with a damn exciting game. How are you feeling, Fish? You get thrown back into casting, and then you have to cast that. A back-to-back team fight.
It's like nothing's ever changed. It's still the LPL that I remember. But I came into this game doing the bit of research that I have done, thinking this looks like it's going to be Weibo's 3-0. And this completely changed that. I mean, even the first game, if you realistically look at the way AL took on Weibo, it just looked like Weibo had complete control. They beat them to the punch for everything, had better setups, and it seemed like going into game 2 they were going to do the same thing with the cheeky swaps that they made and having a better control of the map to start the game. But then you get towards the mid game and AL say we can do the exact same thing, and now it looks like this could be anyone's series. I still feel like Weibo is a favorite in this best of 5 as a whole, but I mean, Anyone's Legend putting up such a good fight in game number 2.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with AL's ability to just basically pull the trigger very quickly in team fights. Because Tarzan, there was a great fight that they had in the top set of the map. I think it was around Herald. Oh, no, it was around Grubs, actually. And, I mean, he realized, it was like, wait a minute, I can continue this fight, or I can just play it safe and go for Grubs. He's going to continue the fight, and he got a lot off that. And then the same can be said around the next top side objective, where I just think that they've been willing to take fights, willing to overload their team to be able to take a 5v5. And if Weibo is not there, and at times Breathe wasn't there to be able to take those fights, then AL will go in. And I think that the biggest beneficiary was Hope. Who do you think is player of the game on this one?
Has to be Hope. I think there is a world where you could give it to Shanks, but I think Hope, the way he played those team fights was fantastic.
Yeah.
But my heart says Flandre. Like my heart just thinks, please give it to the tank chase. That was hilarious to watch. And I think fun. I now know the one thing I don't like about Fearless is we're not going to be able to see tank chase again. That's
True.
Done. That's done. Previously, if you think back to some of the crazy picks that have ever happened in League of Legends, like Misfortune support, you know, we could see it a few times, or force bans. It's done. You're not going to see it anymore, Raz. Gotta wait till the next series.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to point that out.
But this was the first triple kill from Shanks, where he was able to get into the back line underneath the outer turret in the mid lane. Hope was able to dive in and get one for himself as well. And it just felt like every fight, bar the last 2 before the end, Shanks was able to get really good positions and eliminate some of the key players on Weibo's side.
Yeah.
But Hope just felt like a rock, and he has for both games so far. He just felt like such a stable AD carry.
You're right, he has. And I think a lot of these team fights have been kind of a good example of that. In the last series that he had, I thought his positioning in team fights, especially on the Ashe, was incredible. And then coming into this game, that dragon fight really felt like it was another perfect example of it. Of course, he gets picked out here being a little too aggressive, but in that dragon fight, I mean, he was able to take Xiaohu out almost immediately and allowed his team at Anyone's Legend to be able to pick up and clean up the rest of that fight. That triple kill, I think, was only possible from Shanks because of how Hope opened up the fight. Now, the rest of this game was a little funny. So, like, this one was hilarious. And then the fact that Flandre was punted out, and even though Ezreal left, they still felt like they can take Baron. And Flandre recognized that. He's still sitting on a control ward, and so he's able to open up on Xiaohu almost immediately with Hope. And you called it out in the game. It takes so long for them to kill Jace. And the healing that he has there during the fight is just obnoxious. So it almost feels like you have to deal with them. But without Ahri ultimate, their goal was, of course, to take down Hope, who was so strong at that point. They didn't really have the damage to get past the Jace, so that sucked.
I think this was where it started to, these last few fights were where it started to feel like, Weibo had something going for them. And there was the two fights where Shanks dove into the back lines and was obliterated, either taking out a tank or a support, so didn't really get much going for himself. In this one, this is where Weibo could have really turned it around, but it just seems like Flandre was able to catch out Xiaohu, and that was it. From there, Shanks got this solo kill into light, and the game was over.
Yeah, you said it was anticlimactic. I'd say it's typical of AD carries players just getting picked off in the late game. That just happens. You're like, okay, well, at least he lived for so long up until that point. I think AL didn't really care with how cautious they, I said they should play it cautious. Obviously, they were diving past tier 2, like the Nexus turrets and all that. They were like up 9k. They didn't really feel like they could lose that game. So I think it's an easy adjustment for them if they have that lead to be more respectful. So for anybody that is anyone's legend believer out there, that you should be confident. They were able to take a game that had a commanding lead in the early games. We got to see some sauce coming in from Flandre and some golden moments from Hope. And speaking of Hope, he is the player of the game. So yeah, I mean, maybe if your heart of hearts wanted Flandre to get it, Hope just was able to completely take that away with a 13-8 scoreline.
Yeah, but I think the one thing I really liked about that match is, for anyone Legends side at the very least, is it did feel like everybody from AL had a good game. Like, everybody played really well. Tarzan had such a great early game. Flandre with his meme build, both Hope and Shanks putting on a good carry performance, and even their support playing well and supporting the team in the right ways. It just felt like AL in general, every single player played really well that game, and they had a great team game.
Yeah, and I think that's what you need. You're in the semifinals of the DEMACIA Cup. You're going up against a team that, sure, without Tarzan, that went to the semifinals at Worlds, but now you have Tarzan. Like, you should be able to contest them, and they're doing that with players that people have a lot of faith in. I was about to say Hope, but I didn't want to make that joke. They have a lot of faith in Shanks and Hope, really mechanically strong players, and I think it's working out. And Kyle is just not afraid. He is not afraid of taking fights, so I think he's a really good fit with the rest of the lineup. So it's looking good for this team, and they're pushing them to some extra games this series.
I mean, he picked Bard in game 1 as well. He's not afraid of anything. But you have to think, how good must it feel for Tarzan coming into game 2 and then getting that win? And we'll have to see if we can continue doing so for the rest of the series. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll come back with game 3 right after this. All right, everyone, welcome back to game number 3 of this best of 5 series between Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend. Raz, it looked like going into this series, it'd be Weibo Gaming's, it's their series to lose, and Anyone's Legend putting up a good fight. Game 1, we saw some standout performances, from like KL and Hope, and then now going into game 2, pretty dominant against Weibo Gaming from the mid to late game.
True. We got to see basically like a bit of everything. Constant team fighting from one side, especially when Anyone's Legend had a lead. They didn't play more reserved with that lead. They just tried to put pedal to the metal on that one. It's still Tarzan versus his old team. It's the X's going up against each other, so that's also another good storytelling aspect. But also, we asked the question, is Flandre cooking? It's good. He's cooking all right. Wait, what's your assessment? How do you feel about the dish he was serving?
I actually liked it. I liked, because it's so rare that you see Jace get up in personal in a fight, unless it's in like a one-on-one skirmish. You barely see the hammer form being used in those big team fights unless it is isolated to a side, right? Flandre's just jumping in the middle. It almost looked like Weibo Gaming didn't even know that he was a tank until it was too late. They were dumping damage onto him, thinking, oh no, we have to get rid of one of these carries, right? But he just wasn't falling down. And I think it was that 2-on-4 skirmish towards the end that really solidified it, where Flandre went in. You could see how much he knew he could push this champion and this build to the limit, with how much he was able to heal, knowing that he would be able to take a lot of heat off of Hope and turn a 2-on-4 skirmish around, which was that pivotal moment in the game for me, where Weibo really could have started to try and turn things around with 2 inhibitors down. If they took Baron there and won that 2-on-4 skirmish, it could have started to look more like an even game between the two.
Exactly. That could have easily stabilized that game. I mean, they would have been able to protect their Nexus, obviously, with Ezreal going back to save. Not only did they completely kick Flandre out of that fight while he was TPing, they were able to save the Nexus turret, and they had 4 members alive to still be able to go for Baron. That would have been a completely different game state. That gave Weibo some hope. But yeah, you're right. I think what's funny, it has something to say about unfamiliarity about a champion pick, and I think we're going to see a lot more of that with Fearless. This is one good example, and honestly, Flandre wasn't even pushed at all to be able to be like, yeah, I'm more willing to play tank Jace top lane, right? But you're going to see players be more willing to practice something crazy, to be able to kind of trick the enemy team and not really have an idea of like, how do I actually play a fight versus this, because he lived a long time in all of those fights. And you're right, they're pumping in a lot of damage seeing if they can do something. That being said, you're right, I'm sad we'll never see it for the rest of this series, because now it's Fearless, it's gone.
It's Fearless, it's gone. But you know what, immediately after that, I looked at Twitch chat after that game, and somebody put, that's the TikTok Jace build. I thought that was hilarious. That's good. I went to check online, is it a trending build? I didn't find much about it, but I saw It's Stewart, a Wild Rift content creator, talk about how it's becoming popular in China in Wild Rift. So maybe Flandre's been playing a bit of Wild Rift lately, playing a lot of tank Jace instead. But
to be fair,
we are in...
Oh, you go.
Go ahead. No,
I was about to say, okay, to be fair, like I've heard like something like a few months ago about tank Jace, but I did not care about it. I didn't do any research into it. I just didn't think it was a real thing. But I mean, Flandre, his old self is kicking in. That creative mind, if he sees something and believes in it, he's willing to throw it out there. And now I'm seeing a Smolder. And sure, you would expect Smolder to be bot lane. Flandre also played at top, so it could easily be a flex Smolder that could go top lane.
I hope he does go top lane. But like you mentioned, coming into this picks and ban, it is Fearless. So at the bottom of your screen, all of those are champions that were picked from game 1 and 2. Neither team can use those champions going into game number 3, so we have some different bans. Skarner and Rumble both been permanently banned so far. Kalista, Nautilus, Sejuani, and Ambessa have been taken off the table as well. First pick from the side of Weibo was Caitlyn, followed by Lux and On. Whereas for the side of Anyone's Legend, we have Orianna and Nocturne, as well as that Smolder being picked up. Like you said, that technically could be a flex pick for Anyone's Legend, with Flandre being able to play at top lane.
Maybe you want to send that Smolder bot lane, because this is where the real trouble comes in. As an AD carry, you can't play Ashe, Ezreal, Corki, Varus, Kalista was banned on first phase. Jhin is being banned because for whatever reason now Anyone's Legend is going 4-5. you know, the expectation is that the Smolder is not going to go bot lane, but if we're now throwing more 80 carry bans out there, maybe you should just have Smolder go bot lane. But with the pressure that Caitlyn and Lux tends to have, that's going to be a hard lane. So I'm interested to see where they go from here. If they want to go Xayah or Khan, that's an option. But once again, like, that's a tough lane. MF, I forgot about her. There it is. MF is a really strong laner. So even though you get outranged a little bit, I think you at least once you get BT early can kind of control push mid lane. So I do like MF here, and that does solidify Smolder as a top lane there. Oh, I should not be talking about. What am I doing talking about hovers? My bad. That's my bad. I take ownership on that one.
Raz, it's been 5 years. Have you not learnt about the hover shenanigans yet? You know, come on.
Yeah.
People used to hover. People hovered Teemo in a 1v1, and I definitely didn't get really excited about talking about Teemo the entire time and had to bite my tongue so that I wouldn't do it. That's right, you know.
I gotta learn. It's the same lesson we must learn. It's on me. So.
But-
oh God.
Didn't you also say that this would have been Shank's champion to play into Xiaohu's Ari? It looks like he is trying to take that away from him and say that he could play it too, because that's been locked in for Weibo Gaming instead.
Ooh. So I will say, just quickly putting out there, that is Tien's Viego now, so at least we'll get to see that. It was denied from us in the last game. But yes, now with MF getting picked, now I can be excited. That is going to be, I'm assuming, the Smolder going top lane. He's going into the orange, so if they do get standard lanes, that's going to be great for him. The big fear is that if you just get lane swap against the Smolder, it should be tougher. But at least they've shown before, if they have a weak ranged carry, and if you do get swapped on, that they're willing to send the support and lane with Smolder and have MF basically play solo. So like, they can be a little bit more creative in a swap situation to make it so Smolder is not under threat of a dive.
Talk to me a little bit more about Smolder. Why do we see Flandre trying to play him towards whichever lane he ends up in, but top side of the map?
Well, it's primarily played versus melee tank top lanes. Like if it's a Cassante, in this case it's an Ornn. It's just free stacks. Basically, if you ever see a Smolder, a lot of the times, in this case, he's going to be stacking Qs for free against this against the tank top. So you, of course, ideally wants to be in a solo lane matchup so he doesn't get swapped. But there have been iterations where you know, a swap happens, he lanes mid, he's still able to get basically stacks for free in the early game, and then as it turns into mid game and he's able to play on sides, he has a good matchup. So, and it gives them an option to basically have some level of late game scaling and burn on the front line. So I love Smolder if you can get to that point, but a lot of the times it's just difficult to get there. So it's a good challenge here for anyone's legend.
One of the things I like about the Smolder pickup here, which I actually thought was going to go to Hope, and I had this thing I wanted to talk to you about Hope playing these late game scaling champions, first Corki, then what was going to be Smolder, is that in the first game against Weibo, we saw that anyone's legend had, you know, Hope and KL had decent games. Hope was making some really flashy plays as well, but they had no consistent damage to deal with the tanky Cassante, with people diving into the back lines, and it feels like this Smolder pick helped mitigate a lot of that trouble. You know, playing on in this match, it's very different from Cassante. It's not going to be as high damage, but he can still whittle down the back line. And if Hope is preoccupied, especially since it's playing Misfortune, lots of burst damage, the consistent damage isn't, you know, not as good as an Ashe or a Caitlyn or anyone that wants to do damage over time. And it feels like Smolder solves that problem for them.
Yeah, exactly. And there's some debating happening in the chat about which draft is better. I think that's going to be a question on everyone's mind. My concern right now for anyone's legend is you don't have a frontliner and you have snap engages. We've seen Nocturne Orianna at like multiple events, Worlds primarily, where basically it's just if you look for a quick pick, it could be on Hung's Lux, it could be on Caitlyn. It's so hard for them to deal with it if you just get a Nocturne ulti with an Orianna combined with that. But if they have to actually engage in a fight, a front-to-back fight, they lose hard. The Ornn and somewhat the Viego, but the Ornn primarily will be able to do a lot in a front-to-back. But this is a heavy skirmish, this bot lane now.
Yeah, because Weibo is about to hit level 2 with that minion going down. sorry, I got that completely wrong. Apparently it's one more minion before they hit level 2 here, but they looked like they wanted to go aggressive, and anyone's legend said we have to get, if there's any damage you want to get down, now's the time for us to do so. Level 2 is hit by Weibo first, so they're able to push out anyone's legend here. Now, with the Lux Snare online, with what you can assume is going to be a trap from Caitlyn as well, it's quite a painful lane to be in if you're hoping Kyle.
Yeah, that's why I like Hong playing in the bush there and just threatening. He threw it out just to see if he can catch Kyle. Kyle is going to be the main target. Speaking of main target, Shanks has to be careful here. The wave is in a tricky spot. He seems to be a target here for the gank, but he walks away very smartly, walks towards Tarzan. They might take this fight though.
He's going to stick around. Nocturne did have the blast cone to get closer to the fight if he needed to. There's a very nice use of the wards coming out from Shanks, you know, positioning towards the side. Actually, no. Am I wrong? Did I completely see the wrong ward there? I thought that was Shanks' ward, unless one just died and was replaced by the side of Weibo. I thought he had a ward on the right side and he was playing towards that.
I'm a goldfish, so my memory is also quite poor. So
I'm actually a fish.
Yeah, you're a goldfish. I'm a goldfish. We're both on the same page here.
Small skirmish in the middle lane. Shanks does take a bit of damage there, but immediately teleports back into the lane after heading back to pick up another item. But so far, very, very quiet affair. I do like that we saw Hope as well as Kyle be a bit aggressive in level 1. We saw that from them in the first game of this best of 5 series as well, where it looked like Weibo had the more dominant lane and they were ahead in experience and could be more aggressive, but Hope and Kyle weren't afraid to step up and try and fight a little bit earlier too. Barrier and heal being picked up by both of those bottom laners, so there's no exhaust, no ignite that can really try and pick up a skirmish there. But so far, very, very quiet game, Raz. Is it the same as what we were seeing in game 1, where really we're going to see big fights start to take place around, say, grubs when they do spawn?
I think so. It just shouldn't be anyone's legend that's willing to take that fight, because they're losing push bot lane. Speaking of that, Flandre is getting heavily traded on here, and his wave is pushing in too, so he just has to be a little concerned there. But like, you're getting pushed in through bot side at the moment. There's a really strong combo of LeBlanc and Diego really early on, and you know, Tarzan's not going to be having level 6 before grubs, so I think it's just, if you can give it up and try and trade for bot side, maybe Drake, you'd be in a really good position to do so. Also, that being said, I've been talking about anyone's legends composition and what they want to be able to do to get the win. For Weibo, you should try and play on sides a little bit and pull Shanks to a side lane with LeBlanc and Viego. I think that's a really good combo, and that should be the intended purpose. So not only do you have a great side lane pressure, team fights should be in your care as well with Breathe if he does end up getting the opportunity to roam to play front to back. Light's getting chipped at, so right now the lane's not working as well as they would hope for. But that's kind of the way you would view Weibo's gameplay.
Right. And you'd expect Light and Hung to be pushed out a little bit more here, maybe just taking a little bit too much damage from that skirmish when they were pushing up towards the outer turrets. Light's going to use this opportunity to go back to base, so we'll lose about a bit more than half a wave of CS to get back out of there, and Hope and Kyle will use this time to push in, get some more CS from themselves, maybe even get some chip damage in that turret from the minions that are left here, and then head back to base themselves, so surviving the threats of this Caitlyn Lux lane to start. And it looks like Weibo are using that to signify that they want to switch out those lanes. So is this, I mean, you were talking about pushing Shanks to a different lane, but is this how you do it, where you get Light and Hung in the mid lane and say Xiaohu, now you've got to go bottom side and defend that instead?
Yeah, more or less. I do think that I mean, he's not going to die here. He's not going to die here, but he is now easy to dive 1v1 solo, so he needs to leave. He does have TP, so he can TP back to the tower if he wants to, but they're going to contest this one, so it seems like it's going to be an all-out fight here for grubs.
Well, Ten's already got one, and he can use the pressure that On has top side because Flange wasn't actually able to go back to base, so no top laners involved in this fight for now. Second grub looks like it's going to be picked up by them too, and Tarzan should be able to secure this third. So Tien gets one, AL, they're going to be able to pick up two. The rest of the team is going to group up to see if they can go for a skirmish here, but there's nothing left to really fight for, so this should just be a disengage. Just a small trade of objectives, still very even between the two teams.
Yeah, that was pretty tough, and I think if you're Weibo's side, you're going to be pretty sad that, I mean, Breathe used his ulti top lane to see if he can get the kill on Flandre. I don't think he was ever going to get that kill, but he was so focused on the 1v1 that he was not going to be a part of that fight either. He had been really low, used his main form of engage to try and put Flandre behind. Here's another skirmish topside though.
Xiaohu getting caught out. He's already used his dash, so that's on cooldown for a while. Forced to flash back towards the Baron pit. I think Tien might have. Oh no! Tien flashes into a wall. Oh, you hate to see it, but he's done a silver elo mistake here, flashing straight into that wall, giving a free pick over to the side of anyone's legend. KO pays for it as well. They go down, but some things never change, Raz.
You hate to see it caught on the footage on CCTV. We had the recording of Tien just getting completely pulled, like taken down. Yeah, that was a little embarrassing, and you don't want that being played at your funeral, but it is, sadly. And God, I think they just made way too many mistakes. If Breathe held on to his ulti, they knew they were going to play around Grubs. They lost 2 Grubs, I think, because of that. And then Tien getting caught out again, by the way.
Top side, Tarzan gonna jump in. He's gonna get caught out here, and I think this is the moment where Weibo's coach thinks, why did we kick him? We should have kept Tarzan all along.
That's 2 times in a row that Tien has now ate it. So it looked good for Weibo at the very start. Flandre was very low under turret, and you feel like they could have played for Grubs and won that fight. They didn't. They made that mistake. And then Tien had the fail flash moment. Then he came back into the map, and then he dies again. This has just been bad play after bad play for Weibo, and anyone's legend has been taking the chance on it. They've been coming out ahead.
This was already so aggressive from Xiaohu, and I didn't quite understand what he was trying to achieve here. First, being forced to flash over that pit, and this is, unfortunately, just a mistake from Tien. I feel like he could have walked back towards the wall, towards the side where Misfortune's ultimate was, and take a bit more damage and flash later to avoid that Nico CC. But hey, I mean, these things happen. I think what made it even worse, though, was as soon as he started walking towards that top lane, the vision that AL has put down allowed them to catch him out with that Nocturne ult, putting him even further behind.
Yeah. I think all the expectations, Fish, that we had laid out coming into this game are just getting dashed piece after piece. Like, we talked about Light and Hung having pushed bot lane and being as oppressive as they can. They had that pretty poor 2v2 that pushed them off of bot lane wave. They lost minions off that. Then it was the Grubs fight. Then it was all the things that we had laid out afterwards. So, thankfully for Weibo, it's not too much gold. It's just 300. And they can still kind of dust their shoes off and recognize that they're still really strong in the early to mid game. And a lot of it still is going to be off Xiaohu when he plays on sides. They now throw him onto the side lane. They have Kate and Lux on mid. So the lane assignments, I think, are quite good. And we can start to build off of that.
When do you feel like it starts to become a game of if Weibo can get a pick, though? Is that something we only look towards, say, 20, 30 minutes where, you know, they have to try and use Caitlyn, Lux, and LeBlanc to get a pick before they can look for fights? Or does,
I got bad news for you.
Can AL scale faster? Oh,
I got bad news for you. Seems like Xiaohu is now the target.
Oh no, he is going to get locked out top side of the map. LeBlanc trying to be a bit tricky, and oh no, you know what? I'll just take a cannon minion for my trouble. 75 gold. I don't think there's a world where he ever gets out of this, right? Oh, he tries.
I mean, where is he
Can he
going?
get away? No, there's
And
no
goodbye.
chance.
Yeah, I mean, Hope was kind of playing as an agent there. He was sitting in the middle bush waiting for Xiaohu to completely commit to the wave. And then you had both Kyle and Tarzan there willing to jump onto him. But Shanks is in danger.
I feel like everybody walking from mid lane towards Grubs always gets caught out here on the red side of the map, but there is no Xiaohu to fight. But Shanks being caught out this way means that it's practically even with both mid laners locked out of the fight. No mana available for that Orianna either. So I believe that was a 2-for-1 trade in Grubs. Weibo able to defend that one nicely despite the fact that Xiaohu was caught off guard earlier.
Yeah, but Tien, I mean, overall, anyone's Legends is the biggest beneficiary getting 4 Grubs. So they're going to be in a pretty good spot. They also have double AD carry, so being able to siege is honestly great for them, especially if, you know, Flandre starts. Okay, there we go. If Flandre starts, I tricked myself into thinking that was a real champion. My bad. But if Flandre starts to really get scaling and is going to be on sides alongside like Shanks and Hope, then it's going to be pretty tough for Weibo, the team that wants to group up a little bit more frequently. So I'm interested in seeing if that's going to turn into anything big. But so far, it's relatively even with anyone's Legend getting the lead.
Trying to catch out Shanks here though. Xiaohu going for the wall. That's a lot of burst damage that comes out from the LeBlanc. Tien picks up that kill. Weibo Gaming now looking to try and lock down these mid lane turrets, and I think they have a nice comp for this. Getting picks, Weibo Gaming have a lot of utility they can work with to facilitate those picks. But the later this game goes, like you said, double AD carry, scaling, Smolder, I struggle to see how Weibo get ahead in these late games fights if it starts to get towards that territory, and AL are already ahead.
Yeah, that's true. But we already saw a pretty hectic game in Game 2. So at this point, I'm a believer. Anything is possible. And I think that was a really good call to be able to find a dive onto Shanks. It kind of reminded me of like Xiaohu when he was on RNG in 2018. Remember those times where it would be like Xiaohu and Karsa finding a dive mid lane after like a really strong trade? He's always been really good at communicating at when the timings were there. So nice little damage from Hong, and we get to see it again. Hey, all we need is another one of those onsides. You can already see LeBlanc moving top lane. Now he's going to finally get that matchup that he's been craving for, going up against Orianna, and Viego should be pathing there. So we're getting all the things that we want. This could be the point at which Weibo Gaming can take control of the game.
13 minutes into the match. Let's see. You mentioned that this could be the point where Weibo Gaming can take control, but it's nothing too much for them to take on the map. I mean, Grubs need another just under a minute or so before they're going to respawn. So there's still lots of time before the next few objectives come out. Do you think that is that point? Weibo have to set up for something like that before they take control? Or is there something I'm missing?
I think they need to clear out the vision. Orianna is extremely protected topside, and you can already see it. Right now, the biggest difficulty is MF with Bloodthirster is hard to move out of mid lane. So she always get pushed, and now they can always just basically secure the vision that they've... I mean, in the previous play, before they based, they had secured vision topside, which made Orianna really safe. And then now they can continue to do that because they have pushed through mid. So that's the problem Weibo has, and the only way they can really get this game moving, outside of like the team fights around Dragon and Herald, is by clearing out the wards that are littering the topside river. They're going for this though. They want this fight.
AL have some good vision around this, but no Smolder there. There is teleport available for Thunder if he wants to get up here, but needs to pull the trigger soon. That Herald's going to go down pretty quickly. Tarzan has the Orianna ultimate, looking to see if he can jump in. Very close to try and go for a smite fight, but it will be Viego that picks it up. Tarzan ultimate goes out. Good MF ultimate, locks down two players inside of it. On the first casualty to go down. Shockwave doesn't connect from Shanks, but AL are still driving through the rest of Weibo Gaming. A double kill into the triple kill from Hope. He's having a fantastic series. Despite Rift Herald going over to the side of Weibo Gaming, it's AL that come out on top in these team fights.
What a sick engage from Kyle, and is he able to get out of there? Yes, he is. So Xiaohu gets out for free on that one, but that was a huge team fight win from AL, and a lot of that was on a peak engage from Kyle. I said it at the start of the game, it was going to be hard to really play against the front line of Weibo, but they played around the engage of Breathe very well. His Ornn ulti kind of whiffed. Thankfully, it was because of the shield that Tarzan had that he's able to shield the Ornn ulti. He tried to smack him up against the wall. That didn't happen. Kyle goes for the engage on top of the MF ulti, and they're able to chase the rest of Weibo down off of that.
I think this is what we've been talking about too, where you get into these big team fights. You have the Nico ultimate with the Misfortune ultimate to work with. Shanks has the follow-up from the Shockwave to use too. It just...
Yeah.
I don't see how Weibo get out of these team fights alive unless they have a crucial pick to start it.
It's tough. At first, I thought it was going to be a tough fight for AL only because Ornn was ready. He was in position. I thought it would have been fine for him to be able to get a kill on either Shanks or Tarzan, something, because Shanks came into that fight without flash, by the way. That's why he had to reposition. So it looked like they had a clear target, but... I mean, it felt like Anyone's Legend was able to play around the Ornn really well. And that Nico ult, that they just did not expect the angle on that at all. So far so good for Anyone's Legend. And MF is, once again, Hope is the biggest beneficiary of that. He has 5 kills. He is the strongest member on the map right now.
This is what I love so much about Fearless as well. It feels like every single game in this series comes down to a bigger and better draft with whatever's left in that champion pool. And I like what AL's been trying to cook up here with the double 80 carry Smolder top. You called it during Champion Select. You were almost baited out at the beginning, but that didn't quite happen. They're trying to force something here in mid lane now. That's a teleport from Shanks, bringing them towards the center of the map. But I don't quite see what they're going to try and fight for besides trying to get more vision control.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised he didn't get tier Flandre, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. He just rushed straight through Spear Shojin. And I'm assuming he's going to go... Either he's going to go Black Cleaver or Trinity Force. I'm expecting Black Cleaver. Right now, it just seems like his entire sole intent in this game is to get as healthy as possible, so he has a lot of HP based through the items, and to just be a tank buster and breathe. He's going to be the target, though, so sadly, he's going to have to get out of this.
Xiaohu's going to try and chase him down. On ultimate will lock him, so I think this is going to be a nice pick coming out from Weibo Gaming. You can even see how much damage Flandre is able to turn around in such a short amount of time with the Xiaohu, though, so that's a bit dangerous. But this is what the comp Weibo Gaming have picked up can do, get these picks all across the map, and they need to keep doing that in order to find areas to get opportunities going for themselves. Nothing happening here in the mid lane, and ultimate will come out from Nocturne and Misfortune, chipping away at both Hung as well as Xiaohu. I can't do names anymore. Hung as well as Ken. Goodness sake, my brain is going everywhere. My brain is going everywhere except for what's happening on my screen. I'm getting too old for this, Raz. Doesn't work anymore.
You didn't want to say what your age was, but you're nearing 50.
That's right, nearing 50 on the other side of it. Breathe are now trying to chase down here to keep this turret alive for Weibo, and even after the pick on the bottom side of the map with the numbers, it doesn't seem like they can do too much. This mid lane turret's going to go down. Tarzan, though, he gets picked off. LeBlanc's going to get that kill. Breathe trying to jump back into this one. Hope going aggressive, almost gets light, just needed one more tap. That would have been enough. Ace in the hole is enough for the side of Weibo Gaming, and they're able to turn this one back around after losing that mid lane turret.
Yeah, for the past 4 minutes, it feels like AL is getting a little bit, too greedy at the moment. If Flandre was the first one to get picked, and that was because Xiaohu was able to find that angle with TP. But if Flandre had died and put himself in that position maybe 20 seconds later, then AL would have been able to find something on the other side of the map. But Nocturne was back at base. Now when Smolder is going back to the way bot lane, they try, after getting the turret mid, to go a little bit for something more. They're just disrespecting the damage that Weibo has at this point of the game. So, I mean, great from Xiaohu and Tien to be able to find a pick and to turn that into something more. But Anyone's Legend is the one that has the lead this game, and they're the ones that's now fumbling that gold. Now the gold lead has gone over to Weibo.
Yeah, it felt like they threw away a lot there with no Misfortune ultimate available, not the right amount of people there, no Flandre. Xiaohu able to get back into the fight. That felt like the right circumstance for Weibo to take a fight against AL as well. Multiple opportunities within one engagement to turn it into different types of skirmishes, from the early pick from Xiaohu, separating Hope, jumping onto Shanks through the mid lane. Now that everybody's grouped back up, ultimates are back online, it feels like AL are back in a position where they can team fight, and gold is dead even, so it still should be in AL's favor. And they're trying to fight around this dragon objective.
I mean, the entire setup is there for Weibo. I think they should be pretty confident here. It's going to be tough for Anyone's Legend to walk into their vision, especially if Orin is staring straight at you. Tarzan's turning the lights off, though.
Nocturne ultimate through the Scuttle Crab vision, getting some damage onto Lux, but Hung already popping that ultimate early in the fight. Nothing much of a follow-up from Anyone's Legend, but they do get closer towards that the Dragon Pit. Shanks taking a lot of damage from Xiaohu in the backline. Tarzan is out of the fight as well. Hope gets a kill onto Light with the ultimate. Fantastically placed by Misfortune, going aggressive towards Xiaohu. Flandre's in the backlines, chipping away at everybody from the side of Weibo Gaming. That's going to be 2 that fall. Nobody from AL has been taken down, and they get the objective as well.
Ooh, honestly, I think Tien was able to steal that one. So Tien, honestly, that's the only dub that they got on that one. So Tien was able to steal the objective, but they're all dead. That just means that Anyone's Legend is right now focused on the Baron buff.
Oh, this is gone. It's going to come down to a Lux steal to try and save the day here, but they used the ultimate, they got close to the dragon, disengaged, reinitiated, and it just felt like AL's team fight to take.
Yeah, it really did. I think what we were trying to see there from the Nocturne was like the Oriolti combo on top of him to maybe get the insta-kill on Hong, but it didn't really matter at that point. I think they were already that far ahead, and it was a great setup of Hope's MF ulti. So they got everything off there. In fact, it would have just been, clearly it would have been better if they were able to get the take on the objective itself, but they cleared up the fight. They ended up walking towards Baron. They got that as well. So even though Anyone's Legend has made some missteps this game, they are back in the driver's seat.
And they didn't lose anyone during that fight too. It was, like you said, beautiful setup from both Hope and Kyle to get the combo out on the Dragon Pit. Was stolen away by Tien, but this composition for Anyone's Legend is coming together so nicely. And again, it feels like Weibo they're trying to take these objectives in big 5-on-5 team fights, but their composition doesn't quite support that. Xiaohu was trying so hard to get a pick onto Shanks in the back line at the start of that fight, but really good vision control and denial from Anyone's Legend meant that it was hard for him to get good opportunities to find those picks. He also missed one of his change, which could have been the lights out. Could have been lights out for Shanks in the fight. It just doesn't feel like the Weibo Gaming that we saw in game number 1. It feels very, very different.
It is very different. It is tough as well, especially since that wasn't the optimal fight from Anyone's Legend. They didn't get the Nocturne Oriolti combo off too. So like the fact that they didn't get that off and they were still strong enough to be able to clean up that fight the way that it played out, that's scary. All the while, Flandre is stacking on the side. So they're only going to get stronger. Breathe's effectiveness is only I mean, he just hopped over the wall. What's going on here, guys?
Yeah, Breeze's effectiveness is the face tank at the moment, Raz. He loses half his health and his ultimate. Hung and Tien take a little bit of damage in return. Weibo Gaming. Yeah, look, those are not the kind of mistakes you can be making here.
I was confused. I was just trying to say his life is going to be hard in these fights. But he just made it harder for himself.
He still thinks he's playing Cassante at this point, Raz. I don't think he realizes that champion's gone. Can't just walk up like that and not expect to take half his health and damage. But I like what AL is doing. They've got the Baron buff. They're slowly pushing through 2 lanes. Very standard use of Baron buff for the last 10 years of League of Legends. Just push out 2 lanes, take 2 objectives, and reset the map, get good vision control, and look for that next opportunity. They're going to try and push towards the top side of the map with what they have left. The rest of Weibo Gaming just really forced to defend and see if they can find a pick or 2 before that next fight. But it's a 6,000 gold lead for Anyone's Legend, with all of that really sitting on both of their 80 carries.
Yeah, and it feels like Weibo just wants to find an angle to get a pick, but they're getting poked out even here. Xiaohu wants to find that angle. Look at the journey he's on right now. Oh,
he's gonna see if he can get a flank, but he can't. Nocturne ultimate to turn out the lights right away. He'll take some damage. Jumped on by Nocturne. Double dashes away, gets to a blast cone, and now he's gonna make sure they play that Benny Hill theme and chase him around the rest of his jungle.
Yeah. Trying to round that scoundrel up, but they do have Dragon that's coming up in 50 seconds, so they're saying we're not gonna get baited into this chase. We're gonna base. We've already taken top turret, and now we're gonna look towards Dragon and get our second Dragon in the game right now. But just think of it, if AL takes this win with the position that they are in right now, they have a 7K gold lead. They can put themselves into match point. How gratifying is that for Tarzan to be like, yeah, you really needed me, don't you?
I think that's a moment.
He bailed them out. Yeah, you know what? Look, we're bad at this. It's been a long time, but that's my bad. But like, he's the one that bailed him out in Summer Split when he joined the team alongside Breathe. And then now that he's gone, he's helping out Anyone's Legend, and I think Weibo Gaming is kind of recognizing what it's like without him.
Yeah, that's where if he does pick up the win on Anyone's Legend, if it goes 3-1 by the end of this series, that's where you know that everybody on Weibo Gaming is getting a very firm handshake from him at the end. He's gonna, make sure it's good game, guys, good game, good game. And give a few fist pumps backstage, be like, yeah, that's what happens, boys.
Yeah, mates.
But it's been such a roller coaster for him. The first game was a disaster, if anything. Tien was playing fantastically in that match, and game number 2 he started to pull out all the stops on his Xinjiao. Now on this Nocturne playing really well, but the consistent thing for AL this entire series has really been Hope. He's 7-1-2 now. him and Flandre have been a fantastic duo this entire series, from the tank Jace with Corky, now with Smolder and Misfortune being the damage dealers, the carries, and the ones holding all the gold. They're having a great series so far and performing quite well.
Very true. I mean, Shank's playing safe here, so he doesn't turn into a target. And that one Hope defender in the chat feels also, you know, basically, gratified. He's the one that's saying, look, I'm right. He's 7-1-2 in this game too. He's just going to keep saying that Hope is the best AD carry in the LPL until he has a bad game, then he's nowhere to be seen. But it feels like Hope has had a really good tournament thus far. And a lot of that has just been, I think, the setup that AL has had in team fights has really helped him out. And I think Kyle, as a support, has really found moments, especially in this game, to be able to find fights that's so advantageous for Hope. That free ultimate that he had in that Drake fight, the ultimate that he had in the topside fight as well, off that two-man Nico ultimate, it's again and again, it's showing that this team is doing a lot to set Hope up for success.
Now the rest of the team can look to see if they can set up for Baron as well. Already Hope, Tarzan, and Flandre are working on that objective. Kyle and Shanks are making their way down. Weibo Gaming maybe don't spot this one now. Tarzan has taken quite a bit of damage from this, and he might try to back out. Baron resets. Tarzan's going to walk over towards the honey fruit and get himself healed back up. I like this, respecting the fact that they've lost some hit points in their jungler, to go back and say, you know what, this is not the right time for us to take this objective.
Yeah, that does mean that they lose a bit of control through mid. So AL has to be able to come in, and yes, they are defending that mid lane turret, but that means that Weibo can now start picking up the vision around the top side of the jungle. So far so good. I don't think they're confident and pulling a Baron run, so right now it's basically just trying to get to your item breakpoints, or Rabadon's death cap is what Xiaohu is searching for. If he's able to get that off this base, he's going to be in a really comfortable position for the next Drake fight in 2 minutes. So I'm just looking forward to seeing if he's able to get it off this person. Okay, he lied about that base. He was just joking.
Well, they're keeping everyone chipped out here. Hung gets a nice ultimate on with Lux onto both Hope as well as Shanks. So anyone's legend constantly taking some chip damage from Weibo Gaming. A few more of those and suddenly you can look for an advantageous team fight, but here comes the initiation. Kyle jumping at Flandre, immediately taking down Light. That's the AD carry from Weibo Gaming gone. The rest of the team now has to run away with their tail between their legs. Another one by Seduss. Xiaohu's trying to run away. Flandre is on the chase. Blastco going to get LeBlanc over the line, but that's a fantastic team fight being picked up by anyone's legend. 2 kills going on over to Hope, and this might be it. They're going to try and look to take all of the objectives on the map now.
Yeah, they're in a great position. 33-second death timer on Breathe. Light's just dead for 20 seconds. I wonder how confident they are in terms of ending this game. But that was a beautiful engage from Kyle to be able to combo that on top of Flandre's ulti. I think they're going to go for it to see if they can end it here.
They might try. A lot of the minions just got knocked out, so only one turret, it seems, is what they can push for here. And that should be the reset. So taking the inhibitor turret.
TP coming from a flank, double TP.
Double TP, both Breathe as well as Xiaohu looking for that flank on ultimate. Misses the first charge, knocks down 2 with the second. Tarzan blocks off some damage from LeBlanc with the spell shield as Hope is trying to get out of there alive. Now Nocturne ultimate back on towards Xiaohu. Double dashes away from the fear so he doesn't get locked down. AL trying to fight their way out of this one. Hope throwing down the ultimate, doesn't get enough damage, but Flandre's in this fight as well. He picks up one. Breathe will take down the support. Flandre goes down next, and suddenly Weibo Gaming, they've turned this one around with the big flank. Tien looking to take some damage from Shanks, jumps back down. Hope gets that kill for himself. What is this absolute disaster that is witnessing right now, Raz? What's going on?
It's a back and forth. The double TP play to turn it on AL was working pretty well for a while, but Tien yeeted himself, and now Tarzan is alive. They might still be able to play for Dragon. Remember, both teams have 2 dragons for themselves, so that can be sole point for either team. That was looking amazing for Weibo, but that one hiccup for Tien might cost them big.
This was the first fight. We had a big shockwave onto Caitlyn, which just meant that's it. You're done. With all the damage you've taken, no matter how much healing Lux can give, It's just the Wombo that will come out from AL to take him down. It was their team fight, but what happened, Raz?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit all over the place, but Tarzan going straight on towards Breathe, and then meanwhile, while this was happening, Hope was chasing Tien all over the map. Wait, did he actually... I actually did not see this at all, because we were focusing on Smolder going to bot side. But yes, Hope does chase him down and kill him, while Smolder, Flandre, was trying to do the same towards Xiaohu. But that was all happening because of the perfect engage that Kyle had. Yes, it started with Shanks' ulti, but... I mean, to be able to take an opportunity on that one. That being said, they're looking for another pick here.
Another jump onto Xiaohu. Tarzan gets the fear this time. Double dash is used late by Xiaohu, so control to make sure they can get away from Tarzan. Ultimate is used, but it does force LeBlanc back to base, and there's no teleport for LeBlanc, so AO have some time to set up for their next objective. They take the blue buff, set down some wards in the top side of the jungle, and they continue to look for their next opportunity.
AL is still in a really comfortable position with super minions going down mid, so they can choose either or, and they're going straight towards Baron, so that's going to be sole point for Weibo, while AL gets Baron here.
Yeah, Baron's picked up double 80 carry with that jungler, makes short work of it, but like you mentioned, a dragon does go over to the side of Weibo Gaming, so AL taking a bit of a risk here. That's going to give them a nice big power play for the next couple of minutes, where they can try and knock down the last few inhibitors and inhibitors turrets. But if the game continues to go on to, say, the 40-50 minute mark, suddenly Weibo can look to prioritize that soul. And let's see what happens going in with this next Baron push.
I agree with you. I think ordinarily, you know, people would say a more optimal play is to go for soul point here, because you're putting yourself in a position where you feel like you have to end off this Baron, because now soul point, and it's mountain soul too, going over Weibo, that's going to be incredible for the Ornn. So as long as Weibo can hold this, you know, for 3 more minutes, if they can stop the Baron from happening, that looks like a really good game state here for Weibo.
Yeah, decent wave clear as well. The Lux support, no laughing matter with Caitlyn. They're going to be able to clear out these waves nicely. They really have to utilize the super minions, try and utilize this Baron buff to its full potential, and even find a pick if possible. But you can already see this top lane inhibitor turret only taking about half of its health and damage so far. Oh, that's nice. Hung does take a lot. It looks like a reinitiation from Breathe. He dives forward, and he's going to get locked out there. I'm not sure you needed to commit that hard, but that's the opportunity they're looking for. Jumps in from Nico. Hope's going to get the kill onto Light. I think that's it, Raz. The gamble pays off for anyone's legend. They get the Baron buff. They walk it into the top lane. They find the pick they were looking for, and I don't think there's anything Weibo can do at this point. Game number 2 is going to go to anyone's legend, and now the series is 2-1 in their favor.
There it is. I had a little bit of doubt. Some people in the chat didn't. So they're like, I think they're going to end it here, and they were right. What an incredible fight and pick on towards the Ornn. It was pretty tough for them to be able to recover the moment they lost that pick. I wanted to point out one thing, like a pretty interesting build point for Flandre too. Yeah, that brother decided to go for an Edge of Night, because he was like, look, as long as I can stop 1 point of engage on me, just a little bit of safetiness, we will be fine. He was scaling up really comfortably, and they were able to get the job done. So now, anyone's legend at match point versus Weibo. Who here would have expected that? Not me. I didn't expect that. I don't know about you guys. How about you, Fish?
Nope, I did not. I had this as being a 3-0 for Weibo Gaming, and I thought it might be even a convincing one at that. Not the case. It felt like it was going to be from how the first game of this series went up, because that was a complete wash from Weibo Gaming. They did so well in that game 1, but anyone's legend has really found their way through it, especially through this fearless draft. Every draft from game 1, game 2, game 3 has looked really good from anyone's legend. Looks like they're beating Weibo even in that drafting phase, or at least utilizing what they draft a lot better than what Weibo has so far.
We're seeing great creativity on red side too. Not necessarily only, it doesn't have to only be on red side, but I think just holding flex a little, 4-5 a little bit for Flandre has been doing them wonders. Even just like finding creative picks like Jace, tank Jace. I want to put that out there. Tank Jace. And then later in this game having the Smolder top that he did play earlier on in the tournament, but it does make it a nightmare to draft into this team. He's a bit unlocked. And also just the team fights that AL has had has been great. And Hope for me has been a standout player.
And you have to think, this has to be another Hope
player of the game, right? Has to be.
That's insane.
Did you give it to anyone else?
I'm not giving it to anyone else. But the juxtaposition from like a 37k damage from Hope to 9.5k from Light, where Hong, of course, yes, he's throwing out ultimate. He has a little bit more poke, just out damaging the Caitlyn. Light could not play this game. And I think a lot of that started from laning phase when they were losing the 2v2, or at least finding, bad trades there and had to be forced out of lane. That is your bread and butter. Is trying to find a Lux binding into trap, chipping at turret. They got the lane, so there was no swap there. And they couldn't get that job done. Team fights were hard for them. He just really couldn't find an angle in this game. This was a pretty good start for Weibo when they were able to get that mid lane dive. Sure, they were already behind at that point, but I think they had shown that they can get angles. But I thought Anyone's Legend, they played out fights, as you can see here with Kyle's engage mid that he had off the Nico. But then also their vision control they had topside to protect Orianna on side lane. All of this was great. I think AL is now primed to take this series, and if you were to look at this, some might want to flip-flop. I'm looking at you, Fish. You said this could be a 3-0. Are you one to flip-flop? I know I already have. To AL winning this.
I think that if it wasn't Fearless Draft, I would still say Weibo got a good chance. I think because it's Fearless, I will flop over and say that, I think AL's got this. Now, I think that
there we go.
Staff, which I believe Tabe is on their coaching staff as well, and it seems like perfect environment for him, right? Fearless Draft, being able to come up with crazy compositions. He pioneered Annie support back in the day. I'm sure he's got some tricks up his sleeve for the last few games of a Fearless Draft. So I think that it's going to be... I think it's changed. It was Weibo's game to lose, but I think I think that now AL have a good opportunity to take this home 3-1.
Yeah, I agree. I think their drafts have been really creative. And you can only make creative drafts really work if the execution is, of course, is on point. And I think that fight that they had around Herald is a perfect example where you just kind of have to play on a knife's edge. So the Ornn is not as effective. I think they played around Ornn's ulti and his knock-up around walls really well. Now, Breathe didn't have that great of a game. He's had some weird moments, especially when he was on the red side jungle. He popped over there and then missed his ulti, or he got stunned, to be fair, but he was just in a weird spot. But I think more credit should be given to Anyone's Legend and Flandre to be able to get team fights like this. Now, this is a mistake. I shouldn't be giving him credit when he made a mistake mid lane, but game as a whole, he did really well.
I liked that last team fight we just saw the replay of. I really liked that because it's summed up how Hope and KO have played this entire game. They're really aggressive, not afraid to move forward, and even when Hope was caught in that sticky situation, KO was there to bail him out. The positioning was good enough to get out of that spot, so really driving up that risk factor and leveraging the fact that they can be so aggressive, knowing that the rest of the team has their back, they need to get out alive. And even in game number 1, where Weibo Gaming was so dominant, it was still Hope and KL playing fantastically from the Bard magical journeys to get out of those horrible team fights. Hope flashing forward to take away the player that had the most gold in the entire match. So it has to be him, right? I don't think anyone else can get player of the game.
He's just stacking up MVP counts again. That makes 4 that he's had so far in DEMACIA Cup. And the last time we saw, we were working in the LPL. It was Rogue Warriors, Everybody remembered and loved Rogue Warriors. I still have their jersey. This was like the Do and Be team and all that, and they were successful. And then when they rebranded and changed over to Anyone's Legend, they were having some tough times, They couldn't make playoffs. But then they started to find piece after piece after piece. They got 5th, 6th during this season in the playoffs. And then now we're looking at this event. They can find themselves in DEMACIA Cup finals. They picked up Tarzan. They're looking good. They're scaling up. I think we need more AL fans out there.
I'm an AL fan now. If the crazy drafts keep going this way, going into game 4 and potentially game number 5, I might stay an AL fan after all this. But
nice.
I've always been a bottom lane player. I've always been someone that plays AD carries and support. So just watching Hope and KL play, the synergy just looks so nice, and I love it. I love it when
LPL teams have such good synergy in the bottom lane because
Yeah.
they're always so well known for the top side fights. You know, diving with the junglers, top laners, and mid laners. The synergy there. When you have those strong bottom lane duos, that's where it feels like that missing piece for LPL
Yeah.
teams really comes together. It feels like that's what's happening with anyone's Legends now. But with that, they are able to take game number 3, and they lead the series 2-1 in this best of 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 4 right after this.
From town to town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Welcome back, everyone, in tonight's broadcast of Weibo Gaming dominating anyone's legends. Yeah, that's not happening at all, has it, Raz?
Yeah, it's not happening, really. Not really. It's been anyone's legends dominating Weibo. It's been rough, guys. It's been weird. Like, I would say the very, very, very beginning of the game, Weibo was doing well. And then there was a series of mishaps from Tien specifically. Well, there was a lot of things that happened. Bot lane certainly had some woes. Then Tien had an oopsie with some flash, so I felt like I can connect to that play. Both of us could, honestly, as old men with no hands, seeing someone flash into the wall. No, I don't see hands, buddy. They're rusted. I can hear it from here.
You can't spell Tien without int, Raz. Twitch chat has taught me best. But is the saying still true that you win one game to give fans false hope, because that's what this series has felt like so far.
True. If I know Flandre, I know that he's gonna get a little overconfident. He sees some of his nice juicer picks like the tank Jace and Smolder working out, and he starts to get too creative and maybe puts us into a game 5. So that might be something. I'm gonna call that out right now. But no, anyone's legend, I feel like they're consistent here because Hope has just been really strong this series. His team fights throughout has been alongside Kyle. Got to give love to the supports out there. They've been what has been nailing them wins. Even in game 2, when it was getting really dicey, they had like a 9k gold lead, but they kept kind of running it down a little bit. It has been Hope and Kyle that has been able to hold the fort down. So, and Tarzan going up against his former team. He wants to be able to win this. Like, every X wants a dub on their old X. All right, they want a dub, and Tarzan is about to get it.
Yeah, he's had a good. I think the first game wasn't so great from Tarzan. It looked very shaky, but game 2, game 3, phenomenal performance all the way from early game to late. Very, very composed from Tarzan, doing exactly what his team needs him to do. And so far, what anyone's legend has needed everybody on the team, from Tarzan to Shanks, to do is make sure that Hope and Flandre get out alive, and they have been the star carries of that team so far. From Tank Jace and Corky to then Smolder, as well as Misfortune that last game. They have been the 2 players to watch if you were to watch anyone in anyone's legend.
I agree, and I think that the fact that they can go into draft and has multiple threats, like the Smolder pick top lane, makes it difficult to draft into, because as much as we praised in game 2 Hope, Shanks' Akali was crazy and was finding double, triple kills because after the team fight was set up perfectly for him, he's executing the fight to a T. So that's the concern here, is that I think that anyone's legend going into the draft is very flexible, and that means that as we go on to game 4s and potentially a game 5 with fearless draft, full fearless, they're the one that can reach deeper into the bag. So I think Weibo just needs to tighten up the execution in some of their comps. I think they have a pretty straightforward compositions that they've been running, but the problem has just been how they've been executing team fights. That needs to be worked on.
This has been such a strong showing from anyone's legend throughout DEMACIA Cup so far, because during the group stages they were undefeated. They went 3-0, I believe, and then they played EDG before this. And EDG, they were undefeated in their group as well. They went 2-0 against EDG, and now having a phenomenal performance against Weibo to potentially make it all the way to the grand final. So doing well in this off-season tournament so far, and shaping up what 2025, which is just around the corner, could really look like for this team.
I think what they should probably do going into this game is, if they can get a good comp for it, I do think Weibo is a better lane swapping team. They had an advantage in game 1, I believe. No, it was game 2 technically. Game 2 they technically had a lead early because of the lane swap. It turned away from them pretty quickly. But I think they were able to get advantage off swaps when they faced EDG. They got a major advantage. They were 10 times better than EDG in that lane swap, and Breathe was able to get a pretty large advantage. I think it was on the Cassante from that pick. So that is kind of my hope, is that Weibo can say, okay, our lanes are working out well early for us. If we can put ourselves in a solid lane swap position, especially if Flandre is trying to find picks like the Jace and the Smolder top, then we should be able to come out with a lead here. That's an early pick on Yone. But as you can see on the bottom bracket, oh my god, with champs chosen, there's now basically...
I don't like this scroll bar, Raz.
I don't like it either. It's hard to read. I can't take all this information in.
We're too old for this shit, Raz. Needs to stop reading and just give us more visibility. I need the large text font into my iPhone now. You know, that's that's my text font. That's what
There
I'm
it
talking
is.
about.
See?
That I can read.
We need
If
to
I'm
start
not
putting the champion icons on that one so we can can see it a lot clearly.
I didn't see the first two texts, but I believe that said Tian, I love you, because I saw the I love you at the back, and I saw Tian, but there was another character next to it that I didn't catch before it panned.
How are you doing in your lessons? Last time I saw you in 2018, you were doing really well in your Chinese lessons.
No, I do not speak any Mandarin anymore.
What? What were all those lessons for? You were speaking to your teacher almost fluently.
I learnt Mandarin growing up here. I just don't use it anymore. Everyone in Singapore speaks English. I barely have an opportunity to practice anymore. I was in Shanghai recently. I was in Shanghai this year. I got to go there to cast some FIFA, which was really fun. And I use it there, and I'm not that rusty. My wife keeps asking me to use my Mandarin more, but I shy, so I try not to. So
Does she know Mandarin? Does she know Mandarin?
She can translate Mandarin. Her Mandarin.
Okay.
She has a bachelor's in Chinese language, literature, and translation. So that she can do. That's why we survived so well in China, Raz. We didn't die for that reason. We had a on-site translator.
That
but
is true.
Let's go into the picks and bans because we let it run quite long. And with this being hard fearless draft, so many champions are taken away. So for the side of Weibo Gaming, Ambessa, Jax, Nidalee, Alistair, as well as Nautilus were banned. Nico, Ziggs. Nico? That's a Lilia ban. That's a Lilia ban, not Nico. Ziggs, Kalista, Rumble, and Skarner taken away. And you are going excited, I believe, because we're going to see Twitch being picked up here by Light to go with the Na, Leona, as well as Yone. And on the side, for anyone's legend, we have that Jinx, Sejuani. I can't remember this guy's name anymore, but it's the guy, Silas, with Tom Kench. And then Brand, possibly. Brand has been picked up here.
Someone get this man a cane. But yes,
You know what?
a Twitch! We got a Twitch! Last time we saw that was Pays at Worlds. But now, if this is what Fearless is going to give us, give me more of it, man. Give me more of it. We got a Twitch Brand. Oh, no. Oh, well, the Brand is going to the jungle. But we got a Twitch Leona bot lane. That I am excited for.
Twitch, Leona, bottom lane going up against what's probably going to be, I think, Jinx and Tom Kench. Jinx and Malphite. Don't worry, Raz, I don't need a cane. I've got my glasses now. That's how old I am.
Oh, yeah, yes, you are. Look, I can't say anything because I had it. So.
See, now I can actually read. I took them off because I'm not used to using them while I cast because it's only a recent thing, Raz. I feel really sad that I have to wear these glasses now, but I'm getting old. Slowly.
It is what it is. I can also see the receding hairline just a little bit. I mean, I shouldn't be speaking, to be fair.
Just
we're getting attacked by our producers?
Just a little bit, Raz. This is styled to stop you from seeing my receding hairline. Did you see that banana picture that was posted when I had no hair? Oh, it's bad. I have no hair anymore, Raz. I am going blind. I am going bald. I'm not gonna walk soon. I'm going insane. I was already insane, so that doesn't matter too much. But what I do like about this is Fearless Draft is I love that this has been implemented for DEMACIA Cup, and I hope that I believe we're going to see more of this next year. I'm not crazy, right? I saw a tweet that I believe I posted about saying I was going to see it next year.
We will see full Fearless in the first split for all regions.
Nice.
So this is like a nice sneak peek to be able to get a little bit of that. That being said, we talked a lot about the Twitch. When we get into the game, we'll go into the comps a little bit more in depth. The chat's talking about no damage from AL. And I mean, to be fair, when you look at it just at, initially, you see Silas, you see Malphite, you see Jinx. The Jinx is where a lot of the pressure is going to be on. Because the concern is you have a beefy front line, you have Sejuani, Malphite, Tom Kench. But if your Jinx is behind, the game is just impossible to play. So this is going to be on anyone's legend, basically, to try and protect Hope at all costs. I think usually when you see kind of like comps like these, you'll put Jinx topside and try and get a lane swap going, so at least she's protected. But the one thing that is pretty well known about Twitch is that his laning phase is pretty weak. So Jinx actually should feel pretty confident taking this 2v2.
This is again a moment where I look at AL's draft and it, like you said, it feels like the damage isn't quite there. But
Yeah.
that's deceptive given that both Malphite and Sejuani are tanks that can deal a decent amount of burst damage. But at the same time, who on the side of Weibo Gaming is going to really rip through these tanks? Twitch is
I got an
known
answer for
for
you.
good AoE damage. Brand can do something, but if that Brand's gone, what's going to happen there, Raz?
I'm assuming double Blade of the Rune King, but the main thing is going to be the brand. I think it's probably going to be it absolutely should be Leandri's purchase on the brand. Brand is one of the best tank busters in the game because of the atomization. A lot of AP mages are, of course, but it will be tough, especially with melee, like a quadruple melee composition, to really deal with Brand, and the extended range from Twitch should do a lot of good. So I really do like this comp from Weibo, and I think even though we haven't seen that much like from the AP junglers these days, with kind of enchanters finding a lot more play, I think this is the perfect comp for him.
I think this is the match as well where we're talking about how well Hope has been playing this series so far. And,
Yeah.
you know, if he wants to try and make a name for himself and say, I am one of the best AD carries in the LPL going into the 2025 season off of DEMACIA Cup, this is the type of game that you can do that on. Because if you look at the opposite side, Leona, Yone, Nah, and then the damage that can come out from Brand and Twitch from unexpected places, if you go into solo queue as Jinx and you see this across you, this is the horror team comp. Like, this is not what you want to see. If he can have a good game here, especially towards the late game where they get into those team fights, that might start to show how diverse Hope is as a player and how well he can play in these sticky situations. First gank coming off of the match, and Tarzan actually going to lock Xiaohu down underneath his turret. Lots of turret damage onto the Sejuani. He might go for it. Forces a flash. So they burnt the flash from Xiaohu early. I like that Mr. Old Man Hands here was able to recognize he needed to flash early, so he kept a lot of his hit points. Tarzan thought that he could get a little bit closer and try and seal the deal for Shanks in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the fact that Xiaohu was able to dodge the abduct from Shanks means that there was no threat to him at that point. So the extra tower shot going on to Tarzan, he's like, all right, I can go for this, and I don't think there's going to be any repercussion for it. So nice look from Xiaohu. But the problem is now he's going to come back into lane. I think he's going to TP, come back into lane. He's going to be flashless versus Shanks. So they can try to redo that gank one more time, and it'll probably work out a lot better for anyone's legend.
Beyond that, nothing too much has taken place on the map. Nar and Malphite are just farming at the moment. We saw that gank earlier, but Hope had a very early return to base. I'm not sure if he was pushed out or poked out by Twitch and Leona while that fight happened mid lane, but he's gone back to base to pick up a cull for himself. So really respecting that he's just going to be farming for a long time and not really getting into his fights anytime soon. He's going to help out with this Scuttle Crab, but is down a little bit of experience. Light was able to get a small freeze while Hope was gone, so you can really see that respect that they need to just farm and just sit back, and this is the consequence of that, which is Tien is able to walk in and just take Scuttle Crab from the side of anyone's legend.
Yeah, Skull Crab was just moseying on over to Tien's side, and you got to see Hong move over finally. Finally getting that push in bot lane meant that Hope and Kyle had to basically hold the bot lane wave. So Hong just had the freedom to walk over and help Tien, so that's nice to be able to see him get a little bit of an advantage for himself. So Tien's in a really good spot this game. Focus is now going to be on Grubs, because right now you have Malphite getting pushed in, no mana. Bot lane's getting pushed in from Light and Hong. They're in a really good spot. They got both double Scuttle, and now I think Tien is going to be in a perfect place to look for a top lane play. Speaking of that, they were looking bot first.
Yeah, Leon is able to jump on top of Hope. Cleanse is used very early on. Another flash forward. Very easy first blood being picked up by Light. Didn't even need Tien in that engage for it to happen. That was a straight up 2v2 that goes in favor of Weibo Gaming and shows how weak this Jinx is very early into the match.
Yeah, and I think they may have thought that Tien had based already. Honestly, they didn't even need him with how that 2v2 was going. So this is a tough game so far for Hope, but yeah, I mean, that was a pretty late base from Tien. He recognized that he can help his team out a little bit. That's a huge wave that Kyle is able to hold for Silas. But I think that just means now Weibo's going to be pretty confident to try and fight for grubs.
Is Silas going to try and hold this wave for anyone? Or is he just... Okay. I thought for a second, because Hope went to mid lane to go and collect that wave, I thought that Shanks might even be trying to hold this wave to let Jinx farm up even more. That might have been a bit too crazy, but there is a fight topside. Flandre does get caught out by both Breathe as well as Xiaohu. So damage onto Malphite, but also chip damage on towards this turret. More importantly, sets up Weibo Gaming to take the top side Grub's objective. Whereas anyone's Legends are going to try and see if they can pick up the Infernal Dragon.
Very French way of saying Leandres. Gonna put that out there. But, yes, the trade's gonna happen here. Tien's gonna be able to get grubs, and I think it is a good call for Tarzan to just trade sides. He's already on it. Thankfully, Sejuani does Drake incredibly quickly. They already had the push through bot lane, so thankfully Hope is not put too far behind. But maybe I'm speaking too quickly. I thought he was in danger there. Hong was already looking for him, but Kyle was just chilling there, just saying, "Hey, don't touch my AD carry."
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I thought that Hung could have gone for more of an initiation there, especially given that Sejuani was spotted out early, I believe, a little bit further away, but still get some good chip damage on towards Jinx, and they're still trading fine in the bottom side of the map. Tarzan's going to look to try and take away this red buff, knowing that Tien is on the top side of the map. Shanks might get ganked here by Tien Xiaohu, trying to get as much damage down as possible, but Shanks able to steal the ultimate away from Yone to pop away himself.
Great escape from Shanks, and on top of that, Kyle had to use his heal, it seemed like, because Light opened up with his ulti. They just needed to get out of there as fast as they possibly could. So there's just so much pressure from Weibo on all lanes. They look for a gank mid lane. Shanks had to peace out. Top lane has just been rough for Flandre. That's kind of been expected straight off the draft, to be fair, with Malphite being such a weak laner. And Light has just been able to get a lot of pressure bot side. He's got that first kill in the game. He's currently ahead of Hope. Hong is in no man's land.
大招是甩到了小天，接他们一个底，上司也过来，有一个闪现是拉开了这个距离，卡尔反而率先被秒了。这个位置的话，朱妹跟上司还能继续战斗，一边的直接甩死一个永恩，一个 W 能减速到吗？减速到了。小天一个预判的 W， 但是没有伤害，而且圣枪来了，圣枪怎么说？要不要交这个闪？闪来了，要来硬的，要越了，4包2，兵线有点远，大招哦，大招小天，哎呦，圣枪的游走。
What a beautiful team fight. Didn't even expect Flandre to be there. And it all started with Hong just being way too far from his teammates, way too far from his own base. He got caught off guard, and Ale used that as an opportunity to find a pick on towards Tien. They said, wait a minute. It seems like his teammates are coming to protect him. Let's just go for a full-on team fight. So yes, Hong was here. He thought he was supporting Tien in the play, but he was just caught off guard trying to take a shortcut. So while Xiaohu and Tien are coming to help, Xiaohu's incredibly low. And Tarzan recognized that. They see that on the ward in the banana bush, and then just go straight towards Tien. Xiaohu recognizes that he needs to be able to defend them. This fight was already started in a really bad position. So, I mean, Weibo took the L on that. Malphite was here, sacked the entire top lane wave to be able to help out, and he got a kill for it.
What happened, Raz? Everything crashed. Why are they winning?
At the same time.
Why did he flash?
Oh my god, I didn't see that. I did not see that in the game. I didn't see him flash over the wall to help out and get the dive off. Flandre does not give a damn, man.
I'm sad now. All I call is that replay, Raz. I just, started it, and then apparently everything crashed. But Flandre is my hero. I think he always has been since he was on Snake, and that just made me so happy.
Old Flandre's back. He's just back, and that's so hilarious to see. Just throughout this entire series, you get to see the mindset of Flandre, and I mean, he flashed over the wall, knew that hey, like the dive's happening, I got to be there as soon as possible. And even though the early game was looking really rough for anyone's Legend, all they had to do is find that one pick, and they turned it into gold.
It looks that fight was so interesting because it really looked like Weibo were the ones that are trying to find a counter pick after the failed first initiation from Anyone's Legend, but it just went on for so long, and Anyone's Legend recognized, oh, we can come back into this. And crucially, giving a kill over to Jinx was fantastic, because Jinx has been so far behind in this early game, which you expect to happen. And now they're thinking, you know what, I think we can even push for grubs here. Tarzan's able to pick up the first one. Breathe might turn into Mega Nah here. Hope is actually getting closer and closer towards the backside.
Oh!
Needs to be careful. Stolen away. Breathe takes one out. Locks down Hope. He's forced to cleanse away. Gonna try and rush out of this one. Gets excited. Gets one kill. Now pushing for the rest of the team. Flandre's in there. I think this is it, Raz. AL are just wiping the floor with Weibo Gaming at the moment. Hope pushing on forward. Xiaohu gets locked down again. Tarzan gets that kill. Says, you know what, Mr. Mid Laner? I could have been your teammate, but you said no. Shanks now going to try and lock down Light, and there's nowhere he can really go. Twitch really has to try and run away from all of this.
He's a lonely rat, and he's got to put his hands up. Oh, I think he's going to be able to get out. He's trying to hold this way, but he has to leave. But, I mean, that's just the team fight right there for you. Flandre had TP. AL knew they could take the fight. So even though Breathe was there harassing them, he was alone. And he was separated from the rest of the team. Hong and Light tried to help him. But I think Kyle and Shanks did a great job in zoning the rest of them off. And that TP did wonders as well. So, I mean, Breathe went in. Yes, he did steal. He yoinked the grub. But the rest of that fight was tough the moment Flandre joined that fight. What a great two-man knockup.
Just feels like anyone, the entire series, anytime there is a proper 5-on-5 team fight, Anyone's Legend knows exactly what to do. Even in the first game where they were losing those team fights, recognizing that Hope needs to take out Light to start those fights, recognizing how they should set things up for the rest of the team. They've been playing that very well. And I think that's translating coming into this game as well. Now that they've got 7 kills, just 13 minutes into the match, Raz. It's only about 1,000 gold of a lead for Anyone's Legend, but considering that you'd feel like Jinx really wants to scale as much as possible, that should be something that looks good for them.
Honestly, it should. Anyone's Legend, I think they're our legends. I think they're chat's legends. I think right now, the level of play they're showing is blowing people out of, out of the waters. Shanks is looking for this. He has Gnar ulti. But he's going to be able to get out. But this is crazy. To see Anyone's Legend bullying Weibo, bullying a semifinalist team. But you can't call them a complete semifinalist team. Is that going to nail him?
Yeah, it does. Super Mega Death Rocket does hit Gnar, but it's a double Gnar ultimate. Shanks then into Breathe. Dodges a wave. Turret gets him, though. 2 kills. That's going to be Gnar that gets taken down. Wow. That was... Breathe almost managed to get away with murder there, but it was Anyone's Legend that still trade 1-for-1, and they're going to get some damage onto this turret now.
The fact that Breathe got a 1-for-1 there after he got bullied out, after he got nailed by a near cross-map Jinx ulti, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive, but he still loses the wave, and the game still looks pretty horrifying. Sure, if you just look at the kills, it looks really good for Anyone's Legend. The gold is pretty close. A lot of that is just looking at the goal, a lot of it is just Light and a lot of the CS lead that Breathe is able to got. Oh, wait a minute.
Hung gets caught out here. Leona might be tanky, but are they tanky enough to survive all this? Ultimate comes out from Brand, does a lot of damage to both Tarzan as well as Kael, but not enough to take them down. It might be enough, though, to stop AL from forcing out this fight over Rift Herald, and they may need to get back to base. But still, It is another pick that goes in favor of Anyone's Legend. It could be a trade, though, that for the Rift Herald instead.
Yeah, that's the second time that Hang's gotten picked so far this game. First time was really consequential. That was a pretty bad team fight loss that gave this huge lead to Anyone's Legend. Thankfully, that was just a 1 pick here. But it looks like Weibo is going for a pick here. They don't know Tarzan's here.
They're going for the dive. Tarzan is there to help, but at half health. Here comes Tom Kent to try and help out too. Shanks going to jump in with the Yone ultimate. Super Mega Death Rocket hits, getting some good damage into both Light as well as Breathe. Breathe going to be the first of all. Xiaohu now trying to stay alive, but it's not enough. Hope has now joined this fight too. If he can just get 1 tag onto Breathe, it might be enough to get excited, and he does. Anyone's Legend suddenly turning around with the rest of their team to cover Weibo Gaming.
Every time Weibo thinks they have a play on the map, it's Anyone's Legend that is there blocking them. Tarzan was there saying, hey, even though I'm not 100 HP, I'm there to block the play and protect my teammate. And same with Kyle and later on Hope. They are really playing this game smart in the mid game, something that I did not expect. And if you're an AL fan out there, you should be proud of what you're seeing. This team right now is the smarter team on the map.
They're going to turn around onto Hung as well. Hung drops the Rift Herald to mid lane to pick up the turret and thinks that they could fight against Flandre. Shanks shows up for them to turn that around and get another pick, leaving another elemental dragon open for AL to take if they'd like to position around that objective. Teleport is available for both Flandre as well as Breve, so Flandre is going to head back to base and recognize he can use that to get into the fight if he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, with all the CS leads that Weibo's had, it's amounted to nothing. Even with the goal lead being close because of it, AL is just winning teamfight after teamfight. Flandre is just sacking waves to be there for the fights. That top lane fight didn't even need him, but he was just there at the tail end just in case things were going wonky, right? So it just is on Weibo to be able to match these fights a little better. They're looking for Shanks one more time, but here comes Tarzan.
Breathe now going to try and jump on top of Shanks. Lots of crowd control being thrown up from both Leona as well as Nah. Now Shanks turning it back around. Nah's him into the wall. That's a reversal from Shanks to give Hope that opportunity to throw out the Super Mega Death Rocket. The rest of Weibo Gaming are trying to run away. Here comes the big rock. Has Flash available. Looking for his target to jump in on. Hung trying to stall him out so that he can't get onto the back line. Xiao who runs away. Here he comes. Oh, come on, Flandre. It was meant to be exciting, Raz. He flashes forward, throws out the big ultimate, but he just has too much restraint. I don't want him to have restraint, Raz. I want him to just jump in.
Oh, he's looking for it. He's just trying to find the rat that's light. And it's a little bit more daunting.
He's got no ultimate, that's why. Damn it.
Damn. But that would be, it's a little scarier. It's a little scarier that the Malphite is just queuing people, getting movement speed, and chasing them down. Okay, at the end of the day, the fact that it was a TP no ulti Malphite, he was still pretty influential. But again, it's another example. Weibo is trying to find a play on bot side. They're trying to see if they can get a pick on Shanks. Tarzan was there. Also, Tom Kench and Jinx were also on the way. TP comes in from Flandre immediately afterwards. Weibo is still hunting for plays to get back in, and AL is the one that's just smacking it right down.
This feels so forced, though. Like, I don't see why Weibo need to take that fight there. It just doesn't feel like a fight that's ever going to be in their favor. There is no objective except for the bottom lane outer turret to take. And Light can't even be in this fight with your team. The rest of anyone's legend was already grouped up ready for this. And again, it doesn't... statistically doesn't look like it's hurt them too much because it is only about 1,000 gold lead to anyone's legend. But it just feels that the later this game goes, the more that anyone's legend's composition is going to scale up and the harder it is going to be for Weibo Gaming when realistically there's no true tank. There's only really Leona, and Hope is going to slowly cut through the entire team.
Yeah, I think if Weibo is able to look back on this game immediately after the series, that being said, getting forced out here, so they're losing the mid lane turret. They're going to look at a lot of those engages that they've had and say that they've been pushing a little bit too heavily. Like, for instance, that bot lane play. Shanks was in a really safe spot. They also knew that they were on a timer, a really short timer, without Hope and Kyle was going to be able to join. The moment Shanks is playing it that safe, try and go for the turret and just play for the small advantages. But they thought they could make more out of it, and they got punished for it pretty heavily. That's basically where I think, you know, sure, they're on the back foot, but I think they're playing too desperately in this situation. And it happened on the other side of the map as well. I think it was around Grubs, where, you know, Breathe was speeding the play up, but the rest of the team wasn't really there to follow. So that's kind of like the big takeaway that I'm having here. But AL, you have to give credit to them. They're the ones that are always there to defend the play. Hope is going to have to defend himself, though.
Let's see what he can do against Light here. Light gets some good damage down. Hope is able to escape. Kyle's able to get there in time to protect him too. But even that, not able to get the pick onto the AD carry using the signature move that Twitch has to sneak around and get right beside the AD carry. And that's scary if you're not able to assassinate your AD carry counterpart that way. It kind of shows how this game is going for Weibo Gaming at the moment. They're not out yet. True. It is still very close. 2,000 gold is nothing. And a lot of the gold is sitting on Nah to try and bail Weibo Gaming out. So you'd have to think if you can get a good flank to get on top of Hope or on top of Shanks and try and knock out one of those carries very early on, it could turn the fight around their favor with the same thing you were talking about at the start of this match. They have
Yeah.
the double Blade of the Ruin King available now for Yone and Twitch, and the Leandri's Torment available for brands, so their tank busting powers are online too. It just feels like they need to get rid of one of those threats from anyone's legend, and then suddenly Weibo Gaming can look to try and turn around a team fight.
Exactly. Like, they still have that chance because of their composition. Shadow Flame was just picked up now from Tien, so there is still a shot for them. Also, it's just like a 2k gold lead. So, you know, an angle is there. And even though you looked at Light not being able to get the kill on Hope as an assassination is kind of like a sad point, it's an opportunity. The fact that he almost got him, like basically got him to like 10% HP, you know, just ask what if the Hong was there. Oh, going for a fight though.
Trying to get a pick onto Tarzan. That's the ultimate coming out from Hong to lock him down. Silas, though, not able to get anything on the follow-up. Light, though, now going to try and run away. Flandre, he gets hit by the Super Mega Death Rocket. He's going to go down. Breathe now the next target. From downtown, though, Hope's able to get that first kill. Gets excited. Jumps straight into the next team fight. Flandre is still staunching them in the front lines. And this looks like another objective that will be picked up here by anyone's legends.
They
They're
want
not
more,
done yet, though,
bitch.
Rez. He's gone back in, knocks him straight into the wall. Next kill being picked up by Hope. Cleanses to try and get out of this one. Gets excited, gets a double kill, pushing forward past 2 turrets. Another big fight from anyone's legend.
Blinking HP bars. Flandre didn't even die. He took 2 turret shots. They're just getting out of there, though. Oh my god. The confidence, the cojones that AL has to be able to push past and still take that fight. They are so far ahead now off that. Dragon is up and available. Let's take a second look at this. It just feels like every Jinx ulti Hope throws, it lands. It's a point and click. But yes, you're right. It seems like a pick was trying to be made. Hong tries to commit. The TP comes down and Shanks is ready for the fight. And he also takes Gnar ultimate and is able to... Oh, I didn't see this part. I did not see Light. Just get one man ultied by Flandre and set up for Jinx. So yeah, that's the setup. That's the context for Jinx blowing him up. And the rest of the fight was a wash.
It just feels like bloodlust for Weibo Gaming. They saw Tarzan, they're like, we gotta kill this fool. He left us. And it didn't work out. They keep trying to force these initiations onto anyone that's a Legends tank. And yeah, Tan's getting some good damage down when they do so, but almost feels like an overreach, like they've committed a little bit too much. Now trying to see if they can force a fight around Baron. They do take this very quickly with Double Blade as well as the brand. Silas is not here, but teleporting into the back line. Silas has a huge flank coming out from the back. Tarzan trying to stall them around. Shanks is now joined the fight on top of Light. Where did Light go? He's down to next to no hit points. Tarzan jumped on top of him. Flandre's come in, whiffs the ultimate, but becomes a body in the front lines. Hope is left untouched. Gets the first kill. I think this one might be it, Raz. Gets the second. Running on forward with that double kill. Looking to see if he can get the penta. The zap doesn't come through. Tarzan trying to take this one up. Hope gets 3. Going for 4. Trying to chase on the last one, but can't find them. What a big team fight from anyone's legend.
Light is not gonna give him the penta, and the fact that Flandre whiffing that still doesn't matter. They can chase down for the kills. That's how strong not absolute, anyone legends are. That was insane. And take a look at the scoreline for Hope. 10, 1, and 10. He's having another excellent game.
He's having a phenomenal game. And again, Weibo Gaming, I know that they can try and position around these Barons. They have the damage to take it quickly if it's uncontested, but the fight just seems so forced again, Raz.
That was an insane Zonya's baiting out the Yone ulti. Sure, we didn't have to see that. Okay, we already saw it the first time. Flandre didn't get anybody. He saw the angle. That's fine. But that was a great setup from the Silas. Flandre somehow comes out and lives. And Tarzan marches forward and is the meat shield giving Hope the angle. You're right. They were looking for that penta. But Light snuck out like the rat he is and wasn't able to give him that one. So that's a quadra kill for Hope.
I don't know what you're watching, Raz, but that was the most perfect ultimate from Flandre. They're called zoning ultimates. I use them on the fight. All the time, Raz, you've got to make use of your zoning ultimates.
Of course.
Sometimes they're the most effective. They get quadra kills for your Jinx. You know, Flandre didn't want to be a thief and steal all of those kills.
So he was a very
Tactical.
respectful and demure Malphite is what you're saying.
Yes. Tactical Malphite. Very, very tactical. Just put himself in the front lines, knew that his team could back him up, you know, staunching them, zoning them out. He's got a big flank for himself now, though. Flandre has been undetected. Teleports into back lines too. Anyone Legends looking to try and start this one. Light and Xiaohu, both in the back lines. Kyle saving the AD carry for as long as possible throughout the initiation. Hope, though, does get locked up after going down. This is a big turnaround for Weibo Gaming. This was the flank that they were looking for. And at a crucial time as well, Raz. Baron is still available to be taken.
Oh, can they get that kill too? Breathe is on
Not
the
quite.
run. But man, that tank busting power, and Flandre was coming in the longest flank ever. He was just like, all right, I'm confident that this should be the kill. But, I mean, he was only able to get a 2-man ulti. The Twitch was completely safe there, and that was a great Yone ulti to gather him up. So let's take a look at this one more time. I kind of missed this, to be fair. But, wow, that ulti on top of Jinx made it easy for Light to open up on him.
It was so good from Kyle. Look at how long he keeps Jinx alive for. But there just wasn't anyone to protect him or no way for him to stay safe after he popped out of the Tom catch.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his hardest, but that flank was impossible to deal with. And I thought, I was a believer in the Malphite flank. I thought, okay, Malphite, he may be seen completely. There was like a control ward in the lane that saw him walking up slowly. I was like, maybe this is going to be it. But that was a great Leona ulti from Hong, setting up Light and Xiaohu.
And Twitch has turned into a real tank buster now with the double tank shredding items, Runan's Hurricane as well. So with that ultimate, it's going to be able to slowly peel through the entire team, especially if Light and Xiaohu can find big flanks like that. It's going to be really hard for anyone's Legend. But the gold is still almost dead even. And anyone's Legend do have a very strong team fighting composition for themselves too. So this isn't... Weibo Gaming aren't out of the woods yet. They would need to find another big flank like that too.
That's the crazy part of all of this, is that Weibo Gaming was able to close that lead, as slight as it was. They got huge shutdowns. That was a crazy kill. I can't imagine how much gold was awarded off that kill on Hope. Now they're looking for it. They got Baron, and they could literally easily get the kill on Tarzan.
Flank though.
Here
Here
it
comes
comes.
Flandre going to the back lines, is already on top of Light, still holding on to that ultimate. Shanks has the Gnar ultimate for himself too. Flandre misses the ultimate, but not into the wall. Light goes down the entire time, hopelessly chipping away at the back lines. Tian is now the target for Jinx. Bree trying to get in there too, but not much he can do. Kyle is able to lock down Bree a bit longer as Shanks and Hope try to tag team to take down Gnar. Just Xiaohu as well as Tian left alive trying to run away, but nom goes the Tom Can to bring him straight back to Hope. Xiaohu the last one left. Tarzan might be the one that goes down, but he pulls on back in. Double kill being picked up by Hope. And that is the turnaround that anyone Legends needed after that big disaster team fight around Baron.
Just as you started to get faith in Weibo's ability to take over this game, they had Baron, they had the team fight, they have everything. Their hopes were crushed. That was an incredible comeback team fight. And it was just Flandre once again coming out of the flank, and everyone just surrounded Hope to get those kills. I don't think Weibo can hold them back. Light's gonna try.
Light's gonna try. Hope flashes away to get past the damage. Shanks gets the crowd control, and that's it, Raz. It looked like a little bit shaky towards the mid to late game, but anyone Legends proving 3 games in a row that they're no small force to be reckoned with. They take down Weibo Gaming 3-1 and move to the finals of the DEMACIA Cup.
I cannot wait for people to wake up in the morning and look at the scoreline and see this, to get a whiff of this. That's right, the Tarzan hype is going through the roof. He was able to beat his former team in Weibo. If there was Hope hype, it's now just vamped up to a 10 with how he was able to play throughout this entire series and the series before this. He's actually been doing really well. So I don't know what the fan base for anyone Legends looked like before this series, but it's going to balloon after this one. And they're in the finals officially.
Yeah, especially, not just anyone Legends fan, but I think Hope is going to pick up a few new followers for himself after that fantastic. Again, even in the first game, which was Weibo's Gaming the entire way, that every single play made during that match was really WBG's play. And Hope still looked really good. And just basing it off of that last match, it feels like he's going to get the player of the game as well. But I feel like that last game, Kyle really stood out in terms of supporting his team. Him, Tarzan, as well as Flandre, the supports really helped Shanks and Hope shine so much in that last game.
Yeah.
But they didn't get the fancy triple kills and almost quadra kills. They're not going to get the player of the game.
That's true. That was all hope. Back to back to back MVP. This guy has been getting spoon-fed the kills, and I'm not gonna. It's not as if he's not putting in a lot of effort to get those kills. He is doing really well individually, but he's getting the full team support as well. So I've got to ask you, Fish, because it's been a long time since you've been back and all that. You're old. You have glasses on. You're balding. Your back is aching. You had that military exemption because of, you're just too old. The military didn't even want you. But now you're coming back. You're seeing the LPL in your own eyes now. Your blind eyes. What do your blind eyes tell you?
Nothing has changed since I left, Raz. It's still an absolute clown fiesta half the time.
That is true. That is true right there. That is true. Nothing has changed. And it feels like anyone's legend is holding that mantle of that team fighting team once again. So they got that Rogue Warriors legacy going. They may have lost Doinby, but they still got that spirit.
When I saw Tien's flash into the wall and then followed up the next game with Flandre's zero-man Malphite ultimate right next to 4 people, I knew that this was the LPL. This is the LPL. Nothing's changed.
What is the post-game conversation gonna be like when they go into review? I think they're just all gonna collectively ignore it. They won the fight anyways. It's like, guys, my bad, but we still won the fight.
They're gonna look at the same screen we just saw, and the coach is gonna be like, "You see that drop in gold? No, next time that doesn't happen, please.
True.
Don't do my heart like that."
Yep, you're getting a slap, a nice slap from Tabe if that happens again. But yeah,
I think that the what's it called? The drafting and fearless from Tabe was fantastic. I think that AL came up on top on the draft in all games except for game 1.
I agree. I think the drafts were really good. It's a great sneak peek to what anyone's legend can really do. From Shanks playing assassins to control mages, I think he plays well, both sides really well. But also just like Flandre's random, like I say random, it comes off as like negative, but like it's really hard to predict what he is going to do in the draft. He got the Smolder game, he got the Tank Jace game, he's on the Malphite where he's literally never in lane. He's like, all right, I'm losing lane. That's fine. I'm just going to TP out. I'm leaving my lane, and I'm just now going to be belligerent. And it's working really well. Twitch could not play this game, and he made it very clear that he cannot play this game, as you can see.
And I remember hearing before we started the series that, the LPL AD carries especially, not very well known for playing AP carries in the bottom lane. So it's very hard to flex your mid lane AP carry with the AD carries. But with Flandre being able to play that flex and have some champions that he can flex onto the top side of the map, it gives Tabe that little bit of extra room to work with when it comes to these big drafts, especially in fearless mode.
Yeah, it does. And you're right. Like Tabe is a very creative. He was a creative player when he was playing. He's a creative drafter, as you can see, and you can see the team that he's working with. Like that, like we didn't have to see that the third time, guys. I'm letting you know right now, we didn't have to see it the third time. But Shanks, his Zonias, to like that flank play, his Zonias to bait out a lot of abilities, very a la, Messiah. To bait out as many abilities and to make it so much easier for Hope to walk up and get those kills. That was beautiful.
Fantastic game all around from anyone's legend. I mean, Weibo did put up a good fighting. Game 1 was flawless, pretty much,
yes,
from Weibo Gaming. And then we had moments like this in both the last game and the game before this too, where there were really good teamfight starts from Weibo Gaming that could have tied things up, turned things around. But then quickly, anyone legend shut the door quickly after.
They did. And I think that's an amazing sneak peek to what the LPL is going to be. And that's what I love about DEMACIA Cup a lot of the times. If you're like a fan, a caster, whatever, like you look at this team, and even though I know the meta is going to change drastically when you get on the new patch, now there's like a new objective, Otacon, and all these things that are going to be coming up, you get to see what this roster does. And I think everybody that looks at how anyone's legend is now in the DEMACIA Cup finals, the deepest they've gotten is quarterfinals. And that's all that success that they've been having is pretty recently too. Now here comes the hype train. Anyone's Legends in the finals. Even if they lose it, I'm just using an if statement. Even if they lose it, how are they going to perform in the LPL? They're a team now to watch. So that's an exciting thing to have. And you were right. Another MVP for Hope.
Yeah, they're not giving it to the support Raz. KO had a fantastic game.
He did.
And he played so well on Tom Kench. Tarzan had a fantastic game on Sejuani. Fanjay's never getting the MVP after missing that ultimate. But Hope 3 games in a row. And to be fair, it is deserved. 15, 2, and 11. And it's like what we said at the start of the match. If he can survive against the team composition that Weibo Gaming drafted on Jinx, it's a testament to how he is as a player. He's diverse. He can play different types of carries and in different types of environments as well.
He can. And I think that is going to be exciting for the coaching staff that you have, that you feel like, oh, you know, I have all these ideas that we can play. Like, especially when it comes to the support position, we can play all these enchanters. They pick Braum, we can go for like a Bard pick or something. We can do something new. And when your teammates when they're throwing out these ideas, when they're willing to play something new, when they're throwing out ideas for compositions, like that Smolder top lane composition that had like no tank frontline, that was really creative. But the sad thing is, if you lose with that comp, everyone's gonna say your drafts suck. That's what they're gonna say. They're like, you lost to a front line that was like an Ornn. In that game it was Ornn, but it could have been any tank frontline. Like, you lost in a very embarrassing fashion with a no frontline composition. We're laughing at you. That didn't happen. They executed it well. And I think that's what people are going to kind of miss out on, is that AL is executing fights really intelligently. And a lot of that is, I think, personally off the back of, yes, Kyle is working out quite well, and you have really talented players, but I think Tarzan being injected into this team is going to do a lot for them. So, big kudos for me to Tarzan. He's now on a new team. He just beat out his old team in Weibo, just like he beat LNG in the quarterfinals of Worlds, his old ex. So this man, if he leaves the team, he's going to he's going to take that personally. He's going to beat you up.
Oh man, I mean, it must be such a good feeling for Tarzan, right? Having a good run at Worlds, having a really good run at Worlds, coming off of it, moving to a new team, and then right before the new year starts, beating your old team in a best of 5 series, and then going to the grand finals of the DEMACIA Cup, which will take place on Sunday, I believe, is the grand finals, on the 29th of December. But there's still more games to come, because tomorrow we'll have TT taking on TES in a best of 5 series to determine who's going to be the last team to make it into the grand finals to go up against anyone Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised TT made it as far as they did. I think that's also another shock for a lot of people with the success that they had in the quarterfinals. But I mean, it's going to be exciting to see what players like 1xN, Beitron, Sitab, like all of these guys can kind of do. But all the focus is going to be on this new top esports. You got 369, Kanavi, Cream, Jack Love, Crisp, like home as a coach. Like, these are all players and coaching staffs that you know really well, and you fully expect to be the favorites to this event. But now we've got a lot of like crazy dark horses that are messing all these expectations up. TT can be one of them. And if TT can't get the job done, anyone's Legend is out here rating for you in the finals. This is going to be an exciting final last 2 series of DEMACIA Cup.
Right, and this is, if I'm not wrong, is going to be the last bit of professional League of Legends before the start of the seasons next year, which should take place in just over 3 weeks. I think 3.5 weeks before the LEC starts. And you'd have to think that players and coaches and analysts around the world, they're going to be watching DEMACIA Cup at the moment, trying to see how are teams adapting to Fearless Draft, trying to bring that into their scrims as well. And even equally important, how are players going to be adapting to Fearless Draft? Because there's been precedent in the past of players getting very familiar with 3 to 5 champions and keeping that pool small so that they can master them and pull them out. And when targeted bans go their way, it means that other players in the team get their best picks unlocked to form even different compositions. But now you can't really do that anymore. You pick up one signature champion, you throw out one unconventional composition, and you go into the next game and you can't do that anymore. It's completely taken away from you just by fact that you've played it.
You're right, 100% right. People have to change the way they think on this one. I think you can still kind of run the same style of compositions with different picks, but especially if you're an AD carry, we already saw the Twitch game, right? There are going to be a lot of games where you're going into game 3 or 4, and you've already played 3 or 4 of the meta champions, and usually you can go through any AD carries, kind of like match history throughout a split, and you'll just see like Varus, Zeri, Varus, Zeri, Varus, Zeri, maybe Ashe, like they'll have 3 picks. But in a series, you'll really run out of those picks pretty quickly. And so as a team going into scrims, you just have to be able to set an expectation. Guys, like, we have to be comfortable trying new picks. And maybe you get on stage and you haven't really tried a specific pick, but you have to be comfortable trying something quote-unquote new on stage day, something that you've probably played multiple times in solo queue, but like, you know, your team necessarily hasn't played that. So that's going to be happening more frequently. But now I got to ask you a question.
Yes.
How'd it feel coming back?
It's so fun.
Yeah?
Casting is so fun. It's so much more enjoyable than a bloody desk job, I have to admit.
I ran into in 2023 when you were still working with Riot. I ran into you and I was like, my God, this is your life after casting. You're like everybody, like you're basically the commander of all the what's it called, influencers and everything, right?
Oh goodness.
Like, you were. Everyone loved and respected you. You were an incredibly confident person. And here you decide to come back into casting a completely different meta, new champions. Everything has changed, and it felt like you didn't even leave the door. Like,
thank you.
You were very confident in what you did.
That felt very rusty though, and I'm not going to lie. I've got 3 monitors here, right? I've got the program monitor in front. I've got one on my right and one on my left. There's about 23 tabs open, one for every single player, one for each team, one for DEMACIA Cup, one for League of Legends items, one for the last 10 champions that were released in League of Legends. The last time I played like a ranked League of Legends match was when Cassante was released, so it's been some time. It's been quite some time since I last played a ranked League of Legends game.
A lot of time, and honestly, it didn't really feel like much has changed. So it was great casting with you. Fun times.
It was fun casting you again. Hopefully, we could do this again soon. You know,
hopefully
do it again. This time I'll be the color caster. You can be the play-by-play.
Oh, I'm gonna suck. You already know how I am with play-by-play. It's not a chance, brother. It's not a chance. Like, I don't even know like half the champions' abilities names. I just still say QWER for a good chunk of them.
You think I knew half the abilities there? Like, hello? I haven't casted in 5 years, Raz. I didn't even know what the grubs were until you told me before the show started. Hello. Come on.
Oh my God.
You'll be fine.
That's fair. All right.
But that's the end of today's matches. Anyone's Legend is able to pull back from a 1-0 defeat in game number 1 to take it 3-1 against Weibo Gaming, who were arguably the favorites going into the Specify series, but phenomenal performance, great drafts from Anyone's Legends, and they'll be playing in the grand finals of the DEMACIA Cup on the 29th of December, but their opponent is still undecided. So at the same time tomorrow at 5 o'clock GMT plus 8, you'll be able to catch the next set of matches, which is going to be TT versus TES, to determine who is going to be the last team going into the grand finals. Raz, before we go, any last thoughts for our chat?
Oh! How about we start spamming XDD? I think that would be a nice way to send us off. Look, we had the rat in the last game. He also decided to not give Hope that pentakill. So I think it's only fair to have a rat send off.
All right, thank you so much everyone for watching tonight's broadcast. Please spam those XDDs and we'll see you in tomorrow's matches. Bye-bye.